Okay, let's call the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors meeting, August 27th, 2019, to order. Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Here.
Supervisor Haschak.
Here.
Supervisor McCowan.
Here.
Chair Brown.
Here. I'd like to ask Camille Schrader to lead us in the pledge.
Yep.
We're on to agenda item number 3, public expression. Anyone from the public that would like to get up and speak on items of interest, those would be items that are not on today's agenda. Please come forward. And even though we know who you are, please state your name for the record, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Tom Allman, Sheriff. I've come to you and talked to you about the disaster evacuation tags and the high-low siren. I'm just giving you an update. At the Sheriff's Office webpage, MendocinoSheriff.com, there is a short video that explains to all your citizens, your constituents, on the high-low siren, what it means and what to do afterwards. And at this point, I'd certainly like to thank the county librarian and everything she has done to allow us to use every library in the county to disperse the evacuation tags. The press release went out after she and I agreed on it, and we're having great work on this. There wasn't a library in Boonville, but the fire chief up there, Andres, has helped us immensely by distributing 300 or 400. So while we are in the middle of fire season right now, the sheriff's office is trying to get up to where we should be on education of the public, and our training continues to be what I believe is the top of the game. So just an update.
I'd like to ask, would it be acceptable to you if, like, for Potter Valley, like the Potter Valley store having them?
Potter Valley store?
Okay.
Absolutely.
Alrighty.
So how about, Madam Chair, today, before the end of this board meeting, I get you a couple hundred of them?
Okay, sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public expression? Seeing no one else come forward, we're moving on. We're on to agenda item number 4, our consent calendar. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Great. Supervisors, this is the time to identify items on the consent calendar you'd like to discuss or pull for separate consideration. Supervisor Williams?
4D, comment only.
Okay, 4D for comment. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to pull items 4C and 4D for separate consideration.
Okay, Supervisor Williams, will you accept that?
Yes.
All righty. Any other comment? Okay, C and D are for separate consideration. I'd like to ask for public comment on the consent calendar. Anyone that has comment, please come forward. Seeing no one, board members.
Yeah, my comment on 4D was Supervisor Jurdy and I have spent time at multiple meetings discussing the extreme weather shelter, the need for a year-round shelter, and we discovered that we did not have a complete budget from Mendocino Coast Hospitality Center. Staff has now addressed that, and we do have that budget. I would like to make that a pattern going forward, that any entity that's receiving this type of funding provide us with an up-to-date budget so that we can understand who the other stakeholders are and how our contribution plays into the whole.
Okay, but what we want to consider, and I thank you for your comment, but we're considering the consent calendar now for all the items and not items C and D. Supervisor McCowan asked for separate consideration, so I would like to see a motion.
I move we approve the consent calendar except 4C and 4D.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Supervisors, let's vote by the button. Oh, mine was on. So we're going to have to shut down. All righty.
Consent calendar carries unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, item C, and we heard comment. Do you have further comments, sir?
No.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So both of these agreements are retroactive to continue shelter and day center services in the with regard to 4C, and with regard to 4D, it is very similar. The issue, and I've discussed this with the department director, is that there was an attempt to align these contracts with the MARBIT recommendations, specifically in how we define the cohorts of people experiencing homelessness, whether they're local or non-local or non-homeless by definition. And so we have the original MARBIT recommendations. We see built into this, I think it's Exhibit A on page 14 of the agreement, a completely new set of definitions that refers to connected and non-connected. And then we have a further exhibit of, quote, definitions of homelessness that were agreed upon by the continuum of care. All three are different. I don't want to hold either of these agreements up, but I had discussed with the department that we could change the effective date from July 1st, 2019 through September 30th, 2019, with further direction to more closely align the definitions in the contracts with the intent of the MARBIT recommendations.
Okay, we'll go to public comment then. I'm sure there's someone that would like to comment.
Good morning, Becky Emery, Social Services Chair with Health and Human Services. I really appreciate Supervisor McCowan's recommendation and request, and I would be more than happy to work on working to incorporate that language more into the service delivery as you've asked, and to still support our community providers and support them through allowing that payment through the 3 months. So we'd be happy to make those changes.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning, Camille Schrader with Redwood Community Services this morning. I just want to thank you for agreeing to the first quarter payment. As you know, we opened the Day Resource Center on August 6th, and it's very, very helpful to not be concerned about how we're going to actually pay the bills. So thank you so much. And we certainly appreciate the consideration around clarifying the language for future deliverables. Thank you.
Anyone else? Public comment? Seeing no one coming forward, it's back to the board. And I appreciate, because definitions always need to be like each other. And when you have different definitions, it confuses the public, confuses staff. So that is something I can support. So Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another glitch is that only 2 of the 3 definitions cited are actually definitions. The third one's a directive, and none of them are ever referred to again in the body of the agreement. So there's just a little cleanup that needs to be done. And rather than amend the motion on the fly, at your discretion, I could bring something back after lunch, maybe working with the department to have correct language to go forward so everything's clear.
That would be acceptable to me, except we do have a working lunch. So I hope we can fit that in.
I'll see that I do.
Supervisors, then we will wait for a motion to come back. It'll be pre-prepared, and we'll be able to look at it and then move forward. I think that's very wise. I appreciate it. Okay. Moving forward to item 5A, discussion possible action, including approval of retroactive amendment to revenue agreement number PH 13049 with Mendocino Coast District Hospital. So we're going to go forward. Health and Human Services Agency is the sponsor. So I need someone to come forward to introduce this item. Ms. Moss-Chandler, thank you.
Good morning, Chair Brown, members of the board, Tammy Moss-Chandler, Director of Health and Human Services. This item is before you today as an action item, given your interest in the ongoing discussions around emergency medical services, pre-hospital and hospital emergency care, and it's retroactive back to July 1st. There's been tremendous work done to update the base hospital agreements that have been in place for more than a decade in Mendocino County. They're fairly standard agreements with base hospital pre-operative emergency care, but we've worked closely with our hospital partners. What also is before you today for Mendocino Coast District Hospital is the amendment for last fiscal year, which in their changes in their executive leadership actually was difficult to get back through that amendment, but their current CEO has worked closely with us, understands the nature of this agreement, and so we're bringing both forward to you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll go to public comment on this item. Anyone from the public that would like to address item 5A, please come forward. Seeing no one coming forward, it's back to the board. Supervisor Williams.
I move the recommended action.
Second the motion.
So we have a motion and it's the recommended action by Supervisor Williams, a second by Supervisor Jurdy. We'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
All righty. Going on to agenda item 5B, discussion possible action, including approval of extra help appointment of Joy Kenyon to fulfill critically needed duties after her retirement pursuant to Government Code GC 7522-56. Health and Human Services Agency is the sponsor. Please come forward and introduce the item.
Thank you again, honorable board members. Tammy Moss-Chandler, Director of Health and Human Services. Joy Kenyon has been a very long-time employee with specific expertise in her work as a mental health rehabilitation specialist. She actually helped initiate the beginning of the mobile outreach prevention team in our most rural areas of the county many years ago. She has longtime expertise in both homelessness and mental illness, and she's actually coming back to help us pilot our first homeless outreach team and engaging with clients who are currently homeless in partnership with law enforcement. And so we've been working closely with the City of Ukiah and Ukiah Police Department to initiate this pilot that we hope to learn from and then implement some best practices with our other law enforcement partners throughout the county. So thank you for this consideration to bring her back, given her unique expertise and knowledge of Mendocino County.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the fuller explanation, and I thought it was an oversight not to have it in the agenda item text. Forming and implementing the homeless outreach teams is, in my mind, one of the key recommendations of the Marbut report, because there's many people that are simply not going to come to us. We have to go to them. We have to outreach to the field. And when I heard that Joy Kenyon was retiring, I immediately approached her and said, gee, would you like a new assignment? And she was open to the idea, and I know the City of Ukiah Police are anxious to implement this outreach program. So I fully support this and congratulate the department on bringing it forward, and Joy in being willing to step up so soon after retirement and help fulfill a critical need.
Supervisor Haschek?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree totally with those comments, and I think that this is a great opportunity to have Joy in this position and to do this pilot program. So I fully support this.
And I do have a question, and I'm not sure who to direct it to. We currently have a hiring freeze. This is extra help, so I need a definition of our hiring freeze and hiring extra help. I mean, which is it?
Chair Brown, we do have a hiring freeze, and with the hiring freeze, there are some positions that do get filled. I'll give you a couple examples. One is, of course, the Measure B project manager, which is not general fund. We do have that position posted, and we'll fill that. Additionally, the sheriff just filled deputy positions because public safety is a priority of this board. I believe that the homeless services is also a priority of this board, so this extra help position will be filled unless this board directs me not to do it. When we have an extra help position, we know that that employee doesn't get benefits, it's just a salary, and the department has arranged the salary with the employee. What I don't know is if there is any outside funding for this position, because I believe this homeless team is serving not only the county, and Ms. Moss Chandler may have some information there. But it's my understanding, based on what we're doing with the hiring freeze, that this position will be filled unless this board gives me different direction.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Moss Chandler?
Thank you. Just to add to CEO Angelo's comments, this position is 100% grant funded. There is no general fund being used for this position.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
I move the recommended action.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. I believe we need to go to public comment. So anyone that would like to comment on this particular agenda item and action, please come forward. Seeing no one coming forward, it's back to the board. We do have a motion. Clerk, you got that, and the second. Okay, seeing no other comment, let's vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item 6A, discussion possible action, including direction to staff regarding the report out and recommendations of the Homeless Emergency Aid Program, HEAP, Ad Hoc Committee. Our committee members are Supervisors Jurdy and McCowan. They are the sponsor of the item, so I'm going to go to them and have it introduced. Gentlemen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think the item's fairly straightforward. What is perhaps not is the interface between a federally defined group, the continuum of care, and the state objective of addressing homelessness, particularly by providing resources for shelter. And in observing the process, a number of things became clear to Supervisor Jurdy and I, so we list a number of the interesting facts related to the continuums of care. And while they're intended to be broadly representative of the local community, including government, law enforcement, business, homeless services providers, mental health services providers, and individuals experiencing homelessness, the only set requirement is that one individual on the continuum of care is either homeless or formerly homeless. Other than that, there's no fixed requirement. So I think the main thrust of our recommendation is that if the state is going to continue directing large sums of money to the continuums of care, then there ought to be a requirement that they be more broadly representative. Fortunately, in this last round of funding through the Homeless Emergency Aid Program, ultimately the great majority of the funding did go for long-term shelter, which was, I think, the intent of the legislation and the one-time funding. But the way things are currently set up, there's really no guarantee that it will continue to go that way in the future. And I'm sure Supervisor Jurdy has comments to add.
Well, as we put in our agenda summary, we're making some recommendations to the state. We're proposing to put some language in our legislative platform. Also, we're basically encouraging that the continuum of care, if they are to receive funds from the state for housing for homeless, that the continuum of care entity in each county encompass a broader array of community members, including public safety or elected officials, people who work on affordable housing. And so anyway, we're making a few recommendations such as that, and that we're also requesting that our ad hoc committee on the HEAP funding be disbanded at this point, but that the board appoint Supervisor McCown and myself on a slightly more general topic of homeless issues, because the concentration of homeless individuals are in our 2 districts.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd add a bit more that the requirements of the continuum of care as stated in federal law can be pretty confusing. And a lot of the continuum of care law is intended for different programs, and it's rather daunting to read through it and pluck out what specifically would apply to the situation here with something like the HEAP funding or other specified funding allocations. And then the continuum of care also by federal law is mandated to form their own governing process. So they form themselves, they govern themselves by a process that they agree on. And in this case, they've adopted a somewhat confusing system of individuals are not appointed to the continuum of care governing board, but organizations. And then the executive director of that organization can change from month to month who they wish to have represent the organization. And it's led to quite a bit of confusion even within the continuum of care of who is a voting member of the continuum, general membership, who's a voting member of the board. I think that governing process could be reviewed and made more straightforward, and that would be a benefit. Another aspect of this is the county is the administrative entity for the continuum, but has no direct authority over the continuum. We function really as the fiscal agent. So once the continuum agrees on which projects or organizations shall be funded, those contracts come forward to the county, to the Board of Supervisors, and we can either approve the contracts or not approve the contracts. If we're going to continue to be the administrative entity and therefore in the public mind, we're perceived as having, authority or control, and the continuum is viewed as a county organization, then I think the county should be taking a position that the principles that govern the continuum more closely align with the policy positions of the county. For instance, the Marbut report. I don't think it's too much to ask that funding intended to address homelessness more closely align with county policy, which we have endorsed the Marbut report in concept. So, I think we could do more to have a better working relationship and partnership with the continuum of care if they're open to that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm looking at this item. I do want to go to the public comment, but it does not include language to take action. It is to discuss and give direction. So I'm going to go to public comment, but I will need county council to give us some direction when we come back to the board. So this is a time for public expression on this item. Please state your name for the record and know you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Jacqueline Williams. I'm the Executive Director of 4th Street Project, but today I have my Continuum of Care hat on. I co-chair the Continuum of Care with Dan McIntyre from RCHDC. Dan and I just assumed leadership of the Continuum of Care this last month. I just wanted to kind of redefine some of the things that John just said. There may have been confusion in the past. I don't believe there's confusion around voting now. Each agency's executive director is on the Continuum of Care because the Continuum of Care is focused on strategic alignment with all the initiatives that are going on. If, in my example, I'm not able to be there to vote, then I have one person. I have a designate. So it is not somebody that can come on a rotating basis. It's me or staff, and that's what the other agencies are expected to do. I do understand there were kind of what I perceive to be growing pains with the HEAP funding, and I think there have been lessons learned. And I also think that we need to remember the Continuum is a coalition. And so it does kind of bump into some of our perceptions of who has authority over what. And I think with good communication, we can work through that. Also, I think it's important to understand that the Continuum of Care appreciates the support from the county. It's not just the fiscal agent. The fact that you host in your IT system the HMIS, which is core and critical to everything we do, is a huge contribution. Without the data, we're not going to get smarter at this. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment on this item?
Good morning, Camille Schrader with Redwood Community Services. I echo Jackie's comments, but I also want to say, recently the state of California has switched the way in which they fund homeless services in communities, and it was a wise decision to have it come through government entities and COCs so that all the dollars come together rather than being sort of piecemealed by each of us writing grants. The challenge is that we need to be very aligned with government policy, county needs, and the COC representations so that we make sure that the priorities that we set, as you said, actually, as our Board of Supervisors, are included in the kind of funding recommendations that happen through the COC. It makes me a little nervous when we went out at the community's request and built a day resource center and a winter shelter, and then the whole system sort of shifted in terms of our ability to directly apply for grant funding or any of those sorts of things as the provider. However, I feel like the COC really has had some significant increase in their ability to manage it over the last year, and much of it through the direction of, frankly, Supervisor McCowan and the HHSA guidance. So I look forward to seeing how it goes in the future. So thank you.
So anyone else, please come forward. Seeing no one, it is back to the board. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We got to go to Christian.
Oh, yes, you did have the question of county council, and I believe the potential direction is well laid out in the presentation of the item, and it's we do make a number of recommendations. Supervisor Jurdy and I, the ad hoc committee respectfully requests consideration of the following recommendations, and then we list them. There's 5 listed there. So it'll, of course, be county council's guidance, but I think the way the item is presented, it's clear what the intended actions are and that the board could support these recommendations if they wish. But again, that'll be a legal opinion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is that the recommendations are merely to direct staff, which is consistent with the description in the agenda. I'm not quite clear if there's a particular recommendation or action that the chair was concerned about.
There is, Supervisor Jurdy talked about taking action to add it to our legislative platform, as well as disbanding the ad hoc and creating a new ad hoc. I'm assuming those need to come back.
I believe that the ad hoc would be within the purview of the item. The legislative platform may be something more appropriately addressed in that item.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan?
Well, and the legislative platform is not before us, but what we're asking is support for the board that when we develop our legislative platform, that this item be included within it. So we're not amending the legislative platform today, but I think the board could clearly indicate support for doing so in the future when that item is before us.
And that will be in December.
Correct. And as to the ad hoc, I believe that action could be taken today. We are asking that the HEAP ad hoc committee be disbanded and a new ad hoc be formed. Again, I think that could be done today. It's pretty clearly laid out what the recommendations are.
Council?
Madam Chair, I would just note that the board's rules allow the chair to create and dissolve an ad hoc at any time.
So,
as to some of the specific comments, I appreciate Camille Schrader's comments that the CFC should be aligned with government policies, and that's part of the intent of some of the recommendations we're making. Currently, local government is excluded from the CFC governing board. So there's nobody directly elected sitting on that board. There's nobody who is appointed or designated by anyone other than the CFC. It's an odd organizational structure. And although we're told that all the confusion over voting and who is eligible to vote as a general member or as a governing board member, that wasn't clear as recently as June when they elected new members to their governing board, and county council subsequently had to work with the CFC and staff to clean that up. So there have been efforts to improve the system, which we acknowledge. We think there's more opportunity to improve the process and align it with government policy. I would move the recommended action.
Second.
okay.
Oh, and the recommended action is to support the 5 recommendations at the bottom of the summary of request.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Clerk, did you get the motion down?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay. We'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to agenda item 5C, discussion and possible action, including, I'm going to stop. Supervisor Williams?
We had relayed staff guidance on the time. Although this is not a timed item, I know we have some stakeholders coming for 6B and 6C. I'm wondering if we might be able to take 6D and 6E out of order and come back to 6B after the break. The staff guidance was 10:30 on these items.
That it wasn't timed. Well, I started to introduce 5C. I don't think it'll be that much time. I'll do that, and then we'll go to 6B. Well, we're really upsetting the agenda. I'm just going to go forward. Thank you. I'm sorry. Item 5C, discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive reading of ordinance amending Chapter 15.16 of the Mendocino County Code, protection of county roads, adding Section 15.16.070, prohibited activities within or adjacent to county road, and Section 15.16.080, enforcement of Section 15.16.070. Transportation Department is the sponsor, and welcome. We are going to have you introduce yourself, Amber, and have you do the introduction of the item.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Amber Munoz, Deputy Director of Transportation. The ordinance presented today for the board's consideration would add 2 sections to Mendocino County Code Chapter 15.16 for protection of the county roads. County Code Chapter 1.08 was added in 2017 and established administrative citation and penalty procedures for violation of Mendocino County Code. Department of Transportation has implemented the use of the enforcement actions available under Chapter 1.08. However, we have encountered difficulties when dealing with other types of encroachments which pose a safety hazard but do not fall into the category of unpermitted encroachments. The most common examples of this that we've seen have been lack of proper maintenance on existing encroachments or work performed outside the right-of-way, which create a hazard within the right-of-way, such as drainage alterations, which add additional water, rocks, mud into the roadway. So DOT has worked with County Council to propose amending Mendocino County Code Chapter 15.16 to add 2 sections. Section 15.16.070, prohibited activities within or adjacent to the county road, would prohibit any improvements or conditions within or adjacent to a county road which undermines the safe operation or integrity of the county roadway or which interferes with drainage. And Section 15.16.080 would impose penalties for constructing such improvements or causing or maintaining such a condition. So addition of these sections would allow DOT staff to apply the administrative citation penalty procedures available through Chapter 1.08 to these types of situations. An ordinance has been prepared for the board's consideration, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Yes, Go ahead. Okay. I do have a couple of questions, and actually got into it with Department of Transportation. It's been since 2009, but there was an obstruction being considered that, and it was off the easement, but close to the easement, and this had to do with fencing and decorative driveway entrances as you enter private property. So will this also regulate that? I know you talked about the drainage ditches, but...
Yeah, potentially it could if it was something that created a safety hazard. The purpose behind this is mostly because of drainage issues that we've seen. If there was something, technically if a private property owner added something in the right-of-way, which was a fixed object that created a safety hazard, that's already a violation of county code because it would be unpermitted work within the right-of-way.
But this was off the right-of-way.
Okay.
But entrance to private road. But a staff member declared that it was an obstruction. And we did get it settled, but I think it's my responsibility to ask for the public what this all involves.
I'm not familiar with the exact situation. I can't imagine that if it was something outside of the right-of-way like that we would have used it, but apparently we did. I guess I would have to know exactly what it was to address
well,
it.
Mr. DeShields settled it for me, and the property owner was happy. So, but I just wanted to ask that question. I feel I had a responsibility to do that.
Supervisor Brown.
Oh,
if I might
yes.
address that. Michael Macdesy, Deputy County Counsel. I wanted to just add one thing, and that is when something is found to be an obstruction or a safety hazard, there is a procedure in 1.08 that people can contest it. And so if there was a mistake made, or if what was declared, the full story wasn't had by the county, the person who is cited has the opportunity to have a hearing before a hearing officer. And if they don't like that, they can always appeal that to the Superior Court too. So there is a process if there is a problem. Just so I wanted to let you know that.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Supervisor Jordy?
So if the purpose behind this ordinance is to address the fact that there are some people, let's say, who have culverts for their driveways that are failing and are therefore blocking the movement of water, and that's undermining the county road, I think this is a good amendment to the ordinance. But I do have a question about, just philosophically, why should we be charging people an encroachment fee to do work that we want them to do, because we're trying to address an issue that's undermining a public road? And so while I think the ordinance makes sense, I just think as a general thought, I would love to see the county just waive that encroachment fee, because we want to encourage people to address these issues and not make, discourage someone from addressing the problem that's affecting the county road.
The current established encroachment permit fees are set to recover the costs to the department. But if it were the board's direction for us to waive those fees, I suppose that could occur.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, Supervisor Jordy just stole my point. But I think it's important, maybe we take it out of DOT, it is saving county road dollars by having private property owners address some of these concerns that are up against our public roads. Two other concerns I had, there was a log jam along Comsha-Ukiah Road. Would this amendment to the ordinance address that? Do you know if that was part of the catalyst here?
It wasn't part of the catalyst.
Okay.
I'm slightly familiar with what you're talking about. I suppose it could be applied
and second,
to that because it was on private property.
Comsha is looking at ways to reduce the speed of traffic. And every idea we've brought to DOT, Howard has said, well, we've tried that somewhere else and it doesn't work. And I don't doubt him in any way. And so the community is looking at putting up some of their own signs reminding each other that there are kids at play, bicycling. Those would be 20 feet from the center line. Can you confirm that this amendment wouldn't have any impact on such signage?
We can issue no fee encroachment permits for road improvements that we consider necessary. So if they wanted to install signs that we agreed would increase safety, then they could come and apply for a no fee permit to do something like that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Haschuk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this issue that Supervisor Jordy brought up about people doing their own work and maybe not doing it because of the fee, do you see that happening? Is that going on throughout the county? And what is the fee?
The fees vary based on the type of work that it is. I do think that I've seen instances where paying for an encroachment permit fee was a barrier to improvements. Another thing that actually has come up is the addition of the insurance requirement has been difficult for some people. But actually what we're talking about here mostly is work outside of the right-of-way that creates an issue within the right-of-way. So the encroachment permit fee wouldn't even apply to these issues that we're talking about.
Supervisor McCowan, you were?
No, I'll pass. Thank you.
Thank you, and we're going to go to the public.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So public comment on this item. If you'd like to comment, please come forward. Seeing no one coming forward, board members, it's back to the board. Supervisor Williams?
I move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, any other comment? Seeing none, you did get the motion. Vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Moving forward, 5D, discussion possible action, including approval of the Adult Local Criminal Justice Facilities Construction Financing Program. This is SB 844, Operational Program Statement. Our Sheriff Coroner is the sponsor of this item. And Captain Pierce, who's going to be the one? Thank you, gentlemen.
Good morning, Board. Tom Allman, Sheriff, and Captain Tim Pierce. Captain Pierce is the commander of the our correctional facility. As you know, we are in year 3 of working with the state on the $25 million state-funded building for the jail. I'm not going to call it a new jail because that's not what it is. This is a wing of the jail that's going to be very specifically for fragile inmates such as mentally ill, severely mentally ill inmates, as well as violent inmates. And it's for the new construction is industry standard construction that certainly protects the inmate, and it also protects our employees. As we've gone down this road since AB 109 in October of 2011, when the state made a decision to transfer many of the state's responsible prisoners to the county level, we've seen the dynamics and the population change, and not just by numbers, and that's very important to understand. Our correctional facilities numbers have actually, now it's good to say that we're down a little bit. Our jail is built for 304, and we're running anywhere from 270 to 280. But the demographics of our facility have changed greatly, such as with the encumbrance of the state inmates, what formerly state responsibility inmates. We're seeing an aging population. We're also seeing a certain increase of mentally ill inmates that have served time in a state prison and now are the county's responsibility. And you're seeing this, and the funding is through the Community Corrections Partnership, the CCP budget, which money comes from the state each year, and it's approved through you to help us cover some of the cost which we're incurring because of AB 109. Certainly AB 109 was never passed to be in the best interest of any county. It was passed to be in the best interest of the state, but it is what it is, and now we are proceeding. We're in year 3 of a 7-year plan of getting the new wing of the facility built. So what's known as Building 3 has passed the stage of getting it to the state Department of Finance, or it's getting to the Department of Finance, and it's passed the BSCC, the Bureau of Corrections, Community Corrections throughout the state. So now we are presenting to you our operational program statement. And the reason we're doing this is it's certainly following the regulations and the policy of the state to have the elected legislative body of the county review and hopefully approve what the operational plan is. This operational plan is built for the next 30 years, hence the high cost of staffing into the year of 2049, where maybe Supervisors Jurdy and Williams will still be on the board, but I certainly will not be the sheriff in 2049. We are looking at everything. We are looking at the reduction of costs needed for running the jail. We're looking at the reduction of costs for staffing the jail. We're looking at increasing the visibility of certain inmates to our medical staff. We're certainly looking at the increase of allowing attorneys to get in quicker and get out quicker. Some part of this jail is going to have something that we've never had before, an actual contact facility, a contact room for some of the jails or some of the attorneys in some situations to have much closer contact with their inmates, or their clients. So as we go down this, and I hope that all 5 of you have had a chance to review the operational plan. The operational plan is expensive on the face of it, but remember the most expensive part is the operation of the staffing, and the cost of the staffing includes incremental raises as the state has required. So as we looked at the cost of living, Captain Pierce has projected out the cost of staff. I've had an opportunity to talk to several of you one-on-one regarding this, and our hope and desire that the cost of running this jail, as in the heating, the air conditioning, the lighting, the communications, are all going to be reduced. And We've done everything we can with industry standards to reduce it. I was in front of you 2 years ago, and at that time I was told we had to take the solar plan out of this for the reduction of $1 million. I certainly would welcome an opportunity from any member of the Board of Supervisors to use some creativity to hopefully work solar back in. However, at this point, the operational plan that we're giving you is a standalone operational plan. And if we get to the point where there's some other great ideas that are going to not decrease the security of our employees, and certainly enable us to run a more efficient jail, I would welcome that. However, those ideas have to be a standalone idea on its face, because at this point, the operational plan you've seen has gone through the state process of, as I said, year 3. We're well over 1,000 days of just, once the state called us and said we had to start it, we're over 1,000 days of just now getting to today. So what I'm asking you for is for your honest comments after hopefully you've reviewed this, and you can ask us any questions you have, but Captain Pierce is certainly becoming a statewide expert on not just running a more efficient jail, but building a correctional facility that's enabling small rural counties like ours to offer big metropolitan county services such as increased mental health, visible medical inmate observation, and reducing the number of staff per square foot that our older correctional facilities have. Now, I do want to tell you that ever since the board has worked with us, and it's been certainly in Sheriff Craver's tenure, where a title was created for Sheriff's Service Technician, known as a SST. The SST is a non-peace officer retirement position that we are using to staff our jail, to work closer with our administrative functions, and it's saving us the cost of running the same position with a correctional deputy, which a correctional deputy is a very expensive employee. And so as we go through this, we think that we've sharpened the pencil as close as we can, but we would welcome an opportunity for you to give us some ideas of how we could do a better job. Forget anything? No. Okay, thanks.
All righty. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so yesterday, Captain Pierce spent some time with Supervisor Jurdy and I reviewing the plan in detail and answering questions. And I was very pleased to, every question I asked, there was a thorough answer, well thought out, evidence-based. And it really showed that the focus has been on building a facility that will have an ongoing reduction in operating costs. So that really pleased me. A couple of questions that came up, Supervisor Jurdy touched on insulation, and we discovered that this new construction will not have insulation on the walls and only R30 in the roof. And then I had questions about the heating, seeing how much natural gas will be used in that I guess I would rather see either geothermal or HVAC scaled up with solar to back it, because we're talking about retrofitting other buildings, including this facility. It's much cheaper to implement net zero at the time of new construction than to retrofit an existing building. So rather than retrofit a building that we already have to be on solar, we should be looking at augmenting the budget on this project to do solar from day one. There's more of a savings there for us long term. So I guess I don't want to stall this project in any way, but I would like the supervisors to consider how our climate initiative and our goal for cutting energy costs over time factors in.
Seeing no one else, we'll go to the public for public comment. Anyone that would like to comment on this agenda item, please come forward. Seeing no one come forward, it is back to the board. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Supervisor Williams' comments, and if that could be incorporated into this project, I would support doing that. We are a bit of a way down the road, but I believe what he says makes sense in terms of some additional investment up front is greater cost savings going forward. But I don't know if we're at a stage where we can build that in.
I will honestly answer that question, Supervisor, by stating if this board was willing to fund a solar position right now, I think we would have a much better position of going to the state and arguing for this. But to say that we're trying to work something out with, in the future, I think it will exactly do what you said you don't want to do. It'll stall the project.
Mm-hmm. Supervisor Jordy.
I think it's worth exploring, but not delaying the project. And so I think we could have a follow-up conversation. I mean, we were both hearing information for the first time yesterday, and maybe just a follow-up conversation could clarify whether or not that's possible without delaying the project. And just a general observation, learning more about the jail system through this process, it sounds as if jail number 1, the oldest jail, is really the most inefficient in the way it's designed. And it was never intended to be around as long as it is, and it's, I guess, a 20-year facility that's been around for over 40 years. I realize the state's not talking about funding just general jail replacements, but I think it's something we should think about as like a long-term plan for the entire campus there. And is there a way of approaching the state to say, look, it's not in the taxpayers' interest to have a jail that's designed to require it more staffing than a modern state-of-the-art facility. It's not in the taxpayers' interest for the state who are sending people here, or for the county, because I think we should have a longer-term plan to replace jail number 1 with a facility like this, where we could actually bring down the number of employees in the facility. This, by necessity, will actually increase the number of employees in the jail system. There's no way around it, but it's been designed to minimize staffing and yet still provide actually probably superior supervision of the inmates over the older style facility.
Supervisor, I appreciate you understanding about Building 1, our main jail. It was built in 1985 as a temporary 20-year facility until a permanent correctional facility could be built. And it's still our main operating building in the jail. It was built with tipped up cement walls that were trained in. That was how long ago, when Ukiah still had an operating train here, and those walls were brought in on the rails. So certainly we look forward to, I won't be sheriff when that happens, and I'll tell you why. Because Governor Brown was very supportive of improving the county correctional facilities in all 58 counties. And while Gavin Newsom is certainly a very proactive governor in many aspects, we, as in the State Sheriff's Association, have not heard Governor Newsom respond to the concerns of ours, which are mirrored by your concerns also. That some of the older correctional facilities do not contain the safety aspects that modern building allows, and that's for the inmates and for the employees, as well as the efficiency aspect. And those buildings were built when efficiency wasn't the biggest concern, it wasn't the driving factor. But now that we are in a new world, so to speak, those are very critical factors. And so I'm very happy that the consulting company that has engineered this facility has taken those aspects in mind. And as we go down the road, let me tell you this, I predict within 10 years that Main Jail will have to be demolished. It's leaking, the walls are deteriorating. It's certainly not anything that anybody in this county should be proud of. But this facility has to continue on its timeline, so which would give us some type of alternative when the decision is made to demolish Building 1.
Okay, Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I'd also mentioned this to Captain Pierce yesterday. Given that the cleverly termed public safety power shutoffs may persist for the years to come, we should be careful to design the electrical system so that we can easily run the facility off one or more generators. I think it would be helpful to have some of those figures to present to the CPUC and pg&e to show that this is a project that was already underway. We're adding a significant cost to deal with what may be 5-day shutoffs multiple times during the peak summer heat.
Right. Supervisor Haschek?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look forward to touring the prison or jail tomorrow with Captain Pierce. I wish I would have done it yesterday, just to have a better idea about how it's going to, the layout for the third building. But I do agree with Supervisor Williams is that we do need to be looking at, energy efficiency and all this, but I don't want to slow down the project, so I'm willing to go ahead with it. But hopefully we can do some research and find out what that would entail.
Thank you. And I do want to comment to Captain Pierce, I appreciate all the outreach you have done to different groups to explain this new Building 3 and how it would operate. Behavior Health Advisory Board was one of those, and really appreciated your presentation. And since I've been through it, I'm not coming separately, but I do appreciate your outreach. So we need to move this on. Supervisor McCowan?
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Do you have further comments, sir? Okay. We're going to vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Board. And for the public's information, the expectation of the timeline is September 2022. So for the most part, 3 years from next month when the first operation of the jail will begin.
Can I come visit? I won't be on this board anymore.
You can come visit.
Okay. Thank you. All righty, moving on. Item 6B. This is discussion and possible action, including direction to County Council to develop a sales tax ordinance to support countywide ambulance service. Fire and EMS Sustainability Ad Hoc Committee that composed of Supervisor McCowan and Williams. They're the sponsor. So I'm going to go to them to introduce this item, please.
So I think everyone's aware of just how fragile the EMS system is in this county, and there are a number of shifting components. Potential operational takeover of the Coast Hospital, an open question about what the 400% increase from Sonoma County for the LEMSA means to us going forward, Ukiah City withdrawing from the exclusive operating area. But I think what's clear is we need more funding. The public has an expectation that when they call 911, there will be a transport vehicle arriving quickly. And I think frankly, I think there's an expectation that in most cases that be advanced life support, that they're expecting a paramedic to show up. And in a lot of rural corners of the county, we're falling short, but we also see, even on the 101 corridor, regular shortage of ambulances and not much stability. That number has been shifting, and the EOA was chartered in part to solve the stability problem. But seeing that that may not come to fruition, we need to be working on next steps. The ad hoc wanted to be careful to not come to the board with a specific proposal. We don't want a deal put together behind closed doors. We're intentionally trying to kick this off and gain support to use staff time to develop a more specific plan going forward. But at a high level, we understand that we do need a tax to support ambulance service countywide. And it's our feeling that the public will be most likely willing to support the tax if it's going to public-controlled ambulance services, whereas the EOA may have granted an exclusive to a for-profit ambulance service. What we're suggesting is that these tax dollars be used to support public transport, whether that's hospital-run ambulance services like Coast Hospital has, or fire transport like Ukiah Fire Authority might be able to resurrect. That would be the direction we would initially take discussion. We're also talking about community paramedicine, the idea that this would keep more units in the field and offer a greater quality of life to our residents by not necessarily transporting everyone to the emergency department, or when they need a transport, having the option to transport to a clinic as appropriate. We've talked about using quick response vehicles for the paramedics to separate the paramedic response from the ambulance transport, so that when it becomes a basic life support ride to the hospital, we can keep that paramedic in the field. We have a lot of ideas, but we're not at the stage of proposing anything specific other than we need to start looking at a funding mechanism, and we would like some staff time to help us investigate options. Supervisor McCowan may have some additional thoughts.
I was just going to go to him, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think we do need to be looking at all of the new models that Supervisor Williams is referring to, but also part of this going forward, if we're going to present a sales tax ordinance to the public, we do need to devote some resources we have a lot of data, maybe we need some more data, we need a lot of cost analysis of exactly what would it take to provide a more sustainable model for ambulance service. And, you know, there's some options that potentially the service could be self-supporting, but that's based on a lot of what-ifs that aren't currently known. Potential changes in state law that could help us by providing for greater cost recovery. So this is presented more as a concept, more to get the conversation started, and Supervisor Williams and I have been meeting with many of the stakeholders, Supervisor Williams, hospitals, and we've been meeting with the Fire Association, cities. But in addition to simply looking at what would it take to bring forward a sales tax measure, potentially we do need some resources to be reviewing data and cost analysis so we can know how much should the tax measure be asking for. So again, we're kind of really at the beginning of the discussion.
Well, I do want to make a comment. The Rural Counties Association, not this last meeting, I wasn't there, but the meeting before, had quite a discussion about these services, and even counties much smaller geographically with their land base than we are. I mean, what we have is a bigger issue based on how big our county is and how divided many of our communities are from one another and from hospitals. But they're all struggling with this issue, and I do appreciate that we're somewhat getting out front. We're being, creative, we're planning and need to move forward, and that's my recommendation for what's being asked here. Supervisor Haschek?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Supervisor Jurdy and I are on the governance committee, and I thought several months ago that we had talked about if we were going to do some kind of sales tax increase, that it was going to go to the governance committee to be able to work it out, to see what our priorities were as far as needs in the county. And I think that that's a proper process, because then it's open, everyone has a chance to pitch in their ideas. I appreciate your concern that the ad hoc was, going about your business, but it was leaving everyone else out, or leaving the other supervisors out. And certainly there were constituencies that haven't been involved in the ad hoc discussions. So, I like the idea of re-envisioning, the medical services and doing what we can, because every day I hear about, how the limitations of our ambulance service in the inland area, and that we do have a real problem there. It needs to be addressed. But I also have heard that if we do this sales tax, then what happens is a place like Willits, which is limited by the state, is my understanding, to how much sales tax overall can be put on, is that the county would be taking that ability away from the city. The city wouldn't have that ability to increase their sales tax for what their needs are. So there's just lots of concerns out there that need to be addressed, and I think that the more we can do this in an open forum, the better. So So I would like to see this addressed in the governance committee, standing committee.
Well, and I just want to, for the record, on February 5th of this year, this board did direct the formation of an ad hoc committee regarding fire and emergency medical services sustainability, and Supervisor McCowan and Williams were appointed to that ad hoc. So I just want to clarify. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah. So I have a question for the ad hoc, because I appreciate the fact that you did not come in with a detailed, 10-point plan here. It's more of a broad direction. So on the sales tax, actually, it's my assumption. It was my assumption actually that you were contemplating a sales tax because this is geared towards shoring up services in the most rural parts of the county. My assumption was that the sales tax would only be in the unincorporated areas and not in the cities. But that was just my assumption. Again, the details aren't in the proposal here.
Which one of you were first, gentlemen?
Well, I'll jump in. I wanted to clarify something. Supervisor Haschek's made reference to the governance committee. Do you mean general government, or do you mean the Mendocino Council of Governments?
The general government.
Our standing committee is
The
what
standing committee, right.
is what I
Okay.
was assuming.
Well, again, as noted by the chair, Supervisor Williams and I were appointed to an ad hoc to look at fire and emergency medical service sustainability, and that's what we're doing. In terms of concern about having an open process where everyone can see what's occurring and participate in the discussion, that's why we're here with a concept instead of a full-blown proposal. So that is the intention. Also, in terms of the sales tax, limiting what the cities can do, it's actually the cities who have tended to limit what the county can do, since every city has adopted more add-ons to the sales tax than the county has. So there is a cap. We are, I believe, about 3/8 cents from that cap. So if this were to be county-wide, the maximum it could be would be 3/8 cents. And until something else drops off, like Measure B will be reducing in about 3.5 years, that would limit the ability for new sales tax increases. The issue with sustainable ambulance service is countywide, including within the cities. So I think the thought was to work with all of the stakeholders, including the cities, and potentially, if we can reach agreement on what is the appropriate path forward, what is the amount of funding that is needed, what is the appropriate allocation of the funds that are raised, potentially I believe we would be considering a countywide sales tax.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah. We left it open-ended so that we could continue the research, but fire doesn't respect jurisdictional lines. And no matter what city we might live in, we travel outside of city limits. And to know that there's an ambulance that'll have a timely response to a traffic collision should be the concern of all residents. As Supervisor Haschek brings up points about the openness of this process to date. Well, the nature of an ad hoc makes it difficult. We're not allowed to discuss with the other three supervisors. That's why we're bringing this concept today. But I'm afraid that a standing committee as a structure won't allow this process to move along as quickly as it needs to. We don't have a crisis tomorrow. We have a crisis 5 years ago. This has been an ongoing problem, and we've watched this EOA unfold over the last 6 or 7 years and get us nowhere. We're back to where we were at the beginning of that process, only we're probably in worse shape. And there are enough stakeholders, for example, the Mendocino County Association of Fire Districts we met with recently. We're having ongoing meetings with Coast Hospital on the coast. We met with Ukiah City yesterday, trying to bring in all of those stakeholders to a standing committee. I don't think would be as efficient of a process as sending the ad hoc around to the various stakeholders. We're trying to build partnerships, for example, with this will be in front of voters. So we can't say for certain, but it looks like Adventist may be taking over the operations of the Coast Hospital. Well, what does that mean for transfers between their facilities? What does it mean when they're getting 100% of the capitation fund rather than splitting it with another hospital? This is the result. Comes out of more than half the population in this county being on a partnership. There may be some other funding sources that we want to tie together to provide even better service. It's going to be hard to pull all of those potential partners into the room. We need to go out and meet them in the field. And so I agree, this ad hoc was tasked with this specific problem, and we're trying to carry it forward as open as possible. One possibility is we could start giving regular updates to the board as we meet with details on who we've met with, what progress we've made, and open questions, if that would help with transparency.
And that would be perfect under supervisors' reports. As we all know, we report back on our assignments and what work we've done and what we've attended, what work was done, et cetera, and also giving comment back to recommendations. So each meeting we have supervisors' reports, and that is perfect for the ad hoc to do that.
One last point to the folks in Willits. I would point out, although we may be approaching that cap, and I dislike more taxes as much as anyone, today if you're in Willits and you call for an ambulance and that ambulance is in Covelo, that's a bad day. And that's what we're looking at.
Okay, we're going to go to public comment on this item. David Roderick, would you like to come forward, please? Restate your name for the record and know you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, David Roderick, resident of Hopland and board member of the Hopland Fire Protection District. I'm here to clearly support any effort to increase funding for our EMS system and fire. Fire, as you know, is the primary delivery service of emergency medical in our county. We have been providing that service free for the last several decades. This is a 100% county responsibility financially. We're happy to do it, but we need some help. As Supervisor Williams indicated, this isn't going to happen. We are in collapse today, and being that fire's primary job is at 70% anyway is EMS. That system is in collapse right now. And so my concern is waiting for a tax measure to go on the 2020 ballot, then we don't really start seeing revenue until January, February of 2021. We're out of time. Our allotment on a very small portion that's provided to our fire districts this year was cut by $90,000 with no explanation, no outreach, just here it is, $90,000 less. Well, that represents about a 25% to my district. That reduction would have covered 25% of our workman's comp bill. So that's just a down-to-earth example of what that means to us. So we need help now, but we are fully in support of the proposed ordinance to help us, and we're here any day of the week to talk about it, and come to our station, see what we're faced with. Right now, my district is actually out of money. The county is paying our bills until December because and it's not because we are not careful with our money, it's because we're underfunded for the job we're asked to do, and we need help today. So, but I do appreciate the effort. Thank you.
Thank you, and I believe the shortage that occurred was because the previous year this board gave $100,000 of discretionary funds. Ms. Angelo, am I correct? And this year we didn't add it because we didn't have the funds to do that.
I believe it was 90,000, but
Was it
yes,
90?
you're
Okay.
close. Thank you.
But we just didn't have it to do it this year. And that was the miscommunication I think that all of us had.
No communication at all.
Well, okay, thank you. Any other public expression? Seeing none, Supervisor McCowan?
Well, Madam Chair, and I just want to respond to the comment that was made because There was an original funding allocation adopted for a portion of county general fund. You can call it Prop 172 or anything else, but a few years ago, the board decided that an amount of general fund would be allocated to support the fire districts. There were questions about that formula for the allocation, which some considered inequitable. It excluded population of the cities of Ukiah and Fort Bragg. I met with Mr. Roderick and Chief Avila and Michael Schaefer of the Compsey District. We agreed on an alternative funding allocation, which this board ultimately supported, but because it was close to the time when the districts would be expecting to get money based on the previous formula, we added in an additional $90,000 so that for that initial year, everyone would get the same amount they had gotten previously, since we assumed they had been budgeting on it. And the $90,000 was to give them the full amount they were expecting, with the knowledge that going forward, they would have a reduced allocation based on the new formula. So it shouldn't have been a surprise to anyone.
Well, I thank you very much, Supervisor, for that more robust explanation. Appreciate it. Supervisor Williams?
I think it's true that we had about, I don't know, more than a dozen high priorities and funding for about 2 or 3 of those, right? We ran out. But it's also true that we're subsidizing the cannabis program significantly, right? We haven't sought full cost recovery. And so I think we can't look at fire in a vacuum and say, well, we're out of money, we can't fund it, or ambulance service, we're out of money, we can't fund it. This is about members of our community suffering in pain and having volunteers show up, not expecting to be paid, but not having the resources, not having the training, not having the equipment they need to alleviate that suffering. And I think it's what Mr. Roderick said is true. This is not a problem down the road. This is a problem today. And I've seen some of it firsthand, so it's really close to my heart. Just what this decision translates to in terms of care for our neighbors.
Okay, I did cut off public comment, but it appeared one person was coming forward. Please come forward, state your name for the record, sir, and know you have 3 minutes.
Leonard Winter, CEO of MedStar Ambulance. I might add, a nonprofit corporation in Mendocino County. First of all, might come as a shock to all of you, we're very pleased that the EOA is continuing on. I think that's a good thing. If the city wants to bow out, I think it would still bring stability to the outlining areas. The city wants to lose another few $1 million, and we'll probably be back into the business in short notice again anyway within the city. But as long as we keep on this track, I think that will bring some stability to the outlining areas. We've been working on our RFP proposal, and we spent a lot of money on it, and we put a great team together, and we would like to see that continue. And the tax would only enhance probably what we're doing in the outlining areas that still need it. The county, we had a subsidy from, I think it started back in 1955 and continued to 1989. And then when other ambulances tried to come up to Mendocino County, our administrator, Mr. Al Beltrami, decided that we probably didn't need that funding anymore. So it went away. But it's obvious it's always been needed, especially in the outlining areas. Covelo was one of the big recipients of that funding, and that's where it's probably needed the most. So I think I think we need to continue on with that EOA and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question
Again,
for the speaker.
A question of the speaker? Oh, okay.
Yeah, can you clarify, one of the problems that the ad hoc has looked at is the lack of advanced life support coverage for Anderson Valley.
You know what?
Is that part of a proposal that MedStar may be bringing?
Say again?
Is that part of a proposal that MedStar might be bringing coverage, ALS coverage for Anderson Valley?
It could be.
Hang on. County
Madam
Council.
Chair,
I know.
I'm sorry. Since there's an ongoing RFP process, I would suggest not asking any of the proposers to provide the details.
May I rephrase the question?
You can rephrase it, and then I'm going to council.
Do you, in the abstract, do you see it foreseeable for a nonprofit ambulance coverage to provide services, ALS services, to places like Anderson Valley without a tax subsidy?
It would be very difficult.
Thank you.
But one of our main difficulties now is recruiting paramedics. What's happened with the paramedic program in Mendocino County is where we pulled most of our paramedics was from Mendocino College. The program, something happened to the program. I'm not going to get into that, and they closed the program down. But we need that program back at Mendocino College. That's where we drew most of our paramedics. They go to school there, they live here, and they want to continue to stay here. It's hard to bring them up from other areas. That's one key where we need to really get the college to get that program back. We'll have the paramedics here. They may live. There may be a resident paramedic in Anderson Valley or Covelo, which we did. We did that in the past. And then things happened. I'm sure you all know what happened in Covelo when we were there. But we put that resident paramedic there, and that may be something that can be done again if we get the paramedics on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Right.
Good morning, Board. Sage San Giacomo, City of Ukiah City Manager. The City of Ukiah supports work to develop and evaluate a unified and collaborative plan for sustainable EMS and fire services for Mendocino County, for our entire community. We support work to develop the level of service, we support work to evaluate the level of service delivery models, and the cost and funding analysis that's necessary to do that work. We appreciate the ad hoc bringing this item forward as a matter of discussion. We know and have heard this morning that they're not predisposed to funding mechanisms or what those models look like, but they're committed to carrying out the work that they've been prescribed to do by the Board of Supervisors, which is evaluation of the system and what is needed to make it sustainable. And we would hope that the Board of Supervisors would support the necessary resources for them to carry out that work. And I think that's really what they're here asking for this morning, is to ensure that there's the staffing resources and potentially resources for services in their work to analyze and develop a plan to bring back to the Board of Supervisors. I know that the ad hoc is committed to working collaboratively and cooperatively with the other jurisdictions in the fire districts and stakeholders in coming up with a model that will serve our community, and we would support that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. You don't get a second bite of the apple, but please come forward very quickly. Okay.
When I came back in 2009 and 10, our payer mix was right at 58, 59% Medicare and 28% Medi-Cal. I don't know if you guys understand the payer mix with the Medi-Cal is like $120 for an ambulance run, and Medicare is quite a bit more. When I checked our statistics in January, February, and March of this year, we are now down to 29% of Medicare, and we're up to 50. It's switched. We're almost at 58% of Medi-Cal, which pays a much lesser fee to us. They're paying more now. We have to pay into the program to get more money, but it's only, instead of the $120 for Medi-Cal, we're getting $308, something like that. So things have gone really bad with the payer mix. I just wanted to throw that in.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Back to the board, but there was one mention by one of the speakers about Mendocino College programs. And this is also has to do with psychiatric technicians and the training. As John McCowan and I both remember when our state hospital was here, graduates could go from high school, go into a training program at the state hospitals, be trained, and continue on with a great career. And I am seeing that Mendocino College, there are some programs such as that, and another for paramedics that we need to encourage of our local college. So I don't know if that would be something for the ad hoc, but I certainly believe that at some level we need to put something together to approach the college, their board of trustees. Their president is changing right now. I think they are recruiting, but I do think it's very important that we have these stepping programs and training programs for local employment, local people at our local college. So I just wanted to push my button. I wanted to make that comment. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support your comments, and I'm sure Supervisor Williams and I would be willing to have that conversation with the college. As you note, they have a new administration. They're not immediately going into recruitment. They have a well-qualified interim, and I think they intend to take the time to see if there's any need for a recruitment. So we're happy to have that conversation. A little bit of clarification on the exclusive operating area request for proposal. I do believe, as stated by a member of the public, that's still an open process. It's continuing. The county, as far as I know, intends to see that process through to its conclusion. The outcome is unknown. Recent events have raised questions about that process and how it may play out, but I believe that's the official position of the county and our LUMSA is that that process is continuing. And if I'm misstating that, I see assent from the CEO and county council, I believe. So that is a continuing process. Questions have been raised about it. We'll all know more in the future. The other point I want to make, and it goes back to the discussions of the allocation of the approximately $400,000 of general fund that the county currently makes available to local fire, in addition to the just under $200,000 that we make available to support rural ambulance service. Part of the agreement, when I met with representatives of the Fire District Association and chiefs, was not simply to agree on the allocation for the limited amount of money. It was to go beyond that and have this larger discussion that we're having now to figure out how do we truly build in sustainability for rural fire and county-wide emergency medical services.
Thank you, Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, the work of this ad hoc has been really, really necessary, and I very much appreciate it. I think that Chair Brown's idea about bringing back reports on each meeting is very well taken, because when we get hit with this thing, the agenda item on a Thursday afternoon and it says sales tax, and then all of a sudden people are freaking out that something's going on and they haven't been included in it, that presents problems. So I really look forward to addressing this issue, and if you guys could just keep working on it and bringing it back, that would be very helpful, because we don't have any more. There are very few issues that are more important than fire safety, ambulance, and what we're doing around those areas right now in this county. So we need to move forward with it quickly, but also as openly as possible.
Okay, the chair is looking for some recommended action. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I agree with everything that Supervisor Haschak has just said, and I think the Ukiah City Manager, San Giacomo, concisely summarize the essence of the meeting that Supervisor Williams and I had with he and Ukiah Valley Fire Authority Chief Doug Hutchison yesterday. And he also stated, in effect, the recommended motion that the board authorize Supervisor Williams and I to continue working with staff to develop the necessary information that would support this process.
I would second that as a motion.
Okay. Did you want to speak, Supervisor, or can we go to Supervisor Williams? Okay.
I withdraw. Let's move on.
All right. Okay. That's a sufficient motion.
I believe so, Madam Chair. If I understand correctly, the motion is to authorize staff to expend the time working with the ad hoc to continue to explore the information necessary to bring back a sales tax proposal. Was that accurate?
Is it the recommended action?
It's a bit more expansive, maybe, a bit more detailed.
And I will just say that I believe the recommended action was to direct County Council to develop a sales tax ordinance. Before we could bring something back, we would need a little bit more board direction. So if this is merely sort of a preliminary step, I think the direction is sufficient. If the board is looking for something to be drafted, our office would need a little bit more detail and a few more questions answered in terms of the direction of what would go into the proposal.
Supervisor McCowan?
And to that point, I think the essence of the motion is, as you stated it, to gather the information that would be necessary to actually prepare a measure if that's the route we're going. So
I support that.
Okay, we have a clerk that is going to need, instead of discussion between numerous people, we did have a motion that was made, but I want it restated, please, so she can get it for the record.
Thank you.
to authorize staff to work with the ad hoc to continue development of this proposal.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Looks like no more discussion among the supervisors, so we're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, great. We do have another related item that I think all of you are waiting for, so we're not going to go to break. We're going to continue on. I've checked with the staff, and they've okayed that. We'll go to agenda item 6C, discussion and possible action, including direction to County Council to develop a private campground transient occupancy tax ordinance with funds permanently earmarked to support rural fire departments. Supervisors Williams and McCowan are the sponsors. So please introduce
the same concerns that have been expressed about ambulance services collapsing apply to our most of our fire districts. Previously, the county had run a TOT for private campground ordinance, and it was not successful. One of the criticisms was it wasn't clear where those funds would go, and we have some problems at hand, like rural fire falling apart. The thought here is to tie the two together to, with an advisory, permanently earmark the funds raised from the TOT, private campground TOT, which previously was projected to be about $1 million. Part of the ongoing work here is to do some fact checking on those numbers and make sure that that's a projection within reason. But $1 million split to 21 fire districts would be more than a Band-Aid. Wouldn't solve all of the problems at hand, but it would be a great step up from where we're at with Prop 172 funds. And these fire districts are providing a lot of the EMS response. Many fire districts, I think, have 70–80% of call volume that's medical in nature. And yet they're not transporting. They probably wouldn't receive the transport of funding from the 6B item. And they have some additional needs like hydraulic extraction tools. You want to make sure that no matter where somebody is in a wreck in this county, they have jaws of life coming and that it's timely. This would in part fund that purpose. We've also identified the need to better fund training. Today there's a fire academy that's hosted by the Fire Chiefs Association. It's mostly inland. It does rotate. But not all volunteers can make weekend trainings every weekend for 4.5 months. And ROP used to fill this need, bringing training to local departments. Some of this funding could be used for that purpose, but we want to leave it up to the Fire Districts Association and Fire Chiefs Association to tune the allocation table in the years to come to maximize the use. And so we want to be careful to not have a static allocation table built into the ordinance, but rather reference an advisory body that can steer us. So like 6B, we kept this open-ended. We try not to be vague, but we want to have some flexibility moving forward, but we do want buy-in from our colleagues to move in this direction and work with staff to build a plan.
Supervisor McCowan, as a member of the ad hoc, do you have something to add?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I agree with everything Supervisor Williams had. Just wanted to point out on one level, there's a bit of an equity issue here in that private campgrounds currently are not subject to the transient occupancy tax, although they benefit from the promotional effort. So part of this is to make them at parity with other visitor serving facilities. And then the logic of directing a portion of the TOT that would be raised by applying the TOT to the private campgrounds, directing that to fire is reasonable because visitors to our county probably disproportionately result in accidents on our rural roads, cliff rescues, and other emergency situations that fire departments respond to, and as has been pointed out, are not compensated for. And so it's the fire districts that are on scene typically before the emergency medical services are able to respond, and afterwards to help clean up, and yet are not compensated for it.
Supervisor Jurdy.
I would just say that I think there is a tight connection between the visitors staying in the campgrounds and fire and emergency services, the demands that they create for those services, and I would definitely support this. I've actually spoken with the Leggett and Piercy fire departments suggesting that they look to the county to close this loophole. The way I see it, this really is a loophole in our tax system that has been to the benefit of the private campgrounds for a couple of decades. A couple decades ago, Lake County, Sonoma, and Humboldt closed that loophole. After a certain point, Proposition 218 kicked in, and boards of supervisors could not close the loophole themselves, only the voters could. And so I hope that the voters will close this loophole for these visitors and direct the funds to fire service. I think it's an excellent suggestion.
Supervisor Williams, and then we're going to go to the public.
I would hope that our advisory body would look at raising the bottom of services rather than just looking at call volume or population or other metrics. The goal here is really to provide consistent base level service throughout the county. In some areas that costs a little bit more to pull off, but the public expects no matter where they travel, they have that base level of service.
Okay, Supervisor Haschek.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This was brought up, 2 years ago? And the TOT for the private campgrounds. And so when it was brought up before, I don't think the money was earmarked for anything. I think it's a good idea to earmark it for the fire districts. And but I guess the question is, if we knew how much it was going to generate last time, then are we going for that amount, or are we going for an amount that we think that the fire districts really need? So I guess it's kind of what are we actually going for? Do you understand the question, Supervisor Williams?
I do. You're asking, do we look at what the public is willing to absorb in taxation, or do we look at what it'll take to solve the problem? I think what's clear on the ambulance side, we have data, we have dispatch records, and we could back test placement of ambulances and number of paramedics and see how it would have worked on past calls as far as response time and coverage. The fire side is a little bit more difficult because we know that what the public would like is career firefighters paid around the clock in our communities. We can never afford that. We can't even come close. And so if we start with what we want, we're not going to be able to fund it. I think we do have to look at what's a reasonable funding source and how do we best spend those dollars. There may be some other low-hanging fruit. We have fire districts negotiating with CAL FIRE independently. They don't have much ability to negotiate. They pretty much take a base rate of pay. Realize that it's our local government resources that supply water on state incidents. They hire private contractors, but that first water on scene is water trucks shuttling. And these water trucks were paid for with local tax dollars. The county could do a better job collectively bargaining to figure out what the true cost of the apparatus, the training, the staff time is. But that combined with this tax still falls short. We're still operating on a shoestring, but we would be in much better shape than we are today, where fire districts are literally using bake sales to buy Band-Aids. What I would like to see is, I would like to be able to tell our volunteer first responders, we need them to train and show up at incidents. We don't want to ask them to be doing any more bake sales or fundraisers for the same cause, because volunteers can only give so many hours. And if you try to meet all of the state mandates today, Firefighter 1, EMT, hazmat, I think you're looking at about 580 hours of training. And then you go to a couple hundred incidents. This is a full-time job. These people don't need yet one more duty to think about raising funds for the same purpose.
Now we'll go to the public. Anyone that would like to speak on this agenda item, please come forward. State your name for the record.
Good morning, Maureen Mulhern. I wanted to briefly mention to the new supervisors and perhaps to remind the supervisors that have been here for a while that the County of Mendocino also needs to develop some type of strategy regarding the roads. And in 2015, we did have an ad hoc where we looked at a sales tax measure for roads, and it was decided not to bring that forward to the county at that time. So as you have data regarding the TOT and the campgrounds, I also would ask that you consider what the data was around what the sales tax measure for roads would have been brought in, and see if the two scenarios should be switched, vice versa, and provide more funding for fire services and use the TOT possibility of tax for campgrounds, for roads, to supplement some of the spending that is really necessary for roads. So please, as you're looking at this item, take a really broad look at what the opportunities are. We do know that citizens do have, a certain threshold for new tax opportunities, and there are many things to consider when you're discussing a more comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public expression?
Hi, my name's Tekla Brose. I'm from Covelo. I just want to give a big shout out to our local volunteer fire department. They are amazing and need every support we can give them. They save us all the time in our valley. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Andres Avila, Anderson Valley Fire. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Might not be simple today. I think you guys nailed it with creating the scenario we have. Thank you for supporting this and finally getting something on the table. Anderson Valley as a whole, you described it to a T. EMS and fire, we need support. Thank you for this and what you guys discussed previous. I wasn't here at the agenda item just prior. So thank you for your support, and hopefully we can continue with this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
David Roderick, Hopland Fire Protection District. I do want to say that I do appreciate this discussion, and I don't mean to be the angry guy at the podium every time I come in here, and I hope you understand that. And but I will say that regards, is this enough? I think that's a legitimate question. Sonoma County is going to be placing a half-cent sales tax that generates $42 million a year for their fire services on the 2020 election. They're doing that process now. That's what they're seeing as a minimum expense. We are not Sonoma County. I get that. But I think we need to look beyond the TOT. Measure B, and we'll reduce to one-eighth share of tax, I think, next year, the year after. Perhaps that could be allocated towards fire. I mean, I think there's other things on the table that are not going to be a hit to the taxpayer in one shot that could certainly be reviewed. And but the critical need is now, as I've indicated, and we all know it. I just want to reiterate that I do appreciate the effort and the conversation as it goes forward, and I want to help as all I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one else come. Oh, Mr. Orth, please restate your name for the record, sir.
Tony Orth, representing Brick Trails. The Fire District Association's goals align with these moves by the Board of Supervisors, so we're very appreciative of every step we can take forward in closing about a $13 million unfunded gap for the fire districts throughout the county. So thank you for taking these steps.
Anyone else?
I'm Michael Schaefer from the Comchi Community Services District. We have been the beneficiaries of your support for our fire agencies for the last several years, and we appreciate it. We were able to buy a engine new to us this year, a used engine, and over a third of the cost of that engine came from the support we've gotten through Prop 172. When we got involved in that process of getting some Prop 172 money, the board passed a resolution talking about the huge shortfall that still exists between what first responding agencies need and what is available. And the two measures before you today are bridging that gap, and we appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Last call. Seeing no one come forward, it is back to the board. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I want to throw out on the table, there's a hidden cost in not beginning to address the fire concern, and I think Dave Roderick is right. This is the starting point. That hidden cost is we have more and more homeowners finding that their insurance policies are being canceled. And it's not necessarily the insurance companies just cutting back and deciding this is a place to cut. It's based by actuaries looking at the data and deciding that we are a very poor risk. Saving a community, nestled in the forest in this county without water sources doesn't pencil out. And so I see this as one of those first steps towards beginning to address the homeowner eligibility concern. If we don't do this, we're going to see properties transact as cash only. Cash only transactions without a mortgage will lower the property values, lower the assessment, and be a cut to county revenue.
Supervisor, I'm looking for a recommended
I move the recommended action.
I would second it and say it's actually made the second step following the 172 allocation process the last couple of years.
Agreed.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I'd just like to repeat my comments from the last item, which is I believe that the recommended action was to direct County Council to prepare something. There are some more details and direction that we would need prior to bringing something back. If the board's intent is to simply investigate and then come back with further direction, I believe that might be a slightly different action than what was recommended in the agenda.
Supervisor Williams?
May I try again?
Yes, sir. Well, we have a motion on the floor.
Let's amend that motion to direct County Council, county staff to work with the ad hoc on developing specifics of a private campground transient occupancy tax ordinance and allocation model with funds permanently earmarked to support rural fire districts.
Supervisor Jordy, do you agree to the amendments?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Staff?
May I have that one more time, please?
I believe it would be the recommended.
No, direct
But ad hoc added?
direct county staff and county council to work with the fire and EMS sustainability ad hoc to develop a private campground transient occupancy tax ordinance and allocation model with funds permanently earmarked to support rural fire districts.
We got it. Thank you.
Okay. Comment, Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think based on the discussion, inherent in that direction is there'd be some flexibility and need to develop additional information before coming back, so that's understood.
Okay, County Council, we're good to go?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. So, gentlemen, we're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. The board is going to go on a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back.
Bam.
But a cannabis enterprise zone, that won't be until after, I'm assuming it'll probably be 2 o'clock or better. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to recognize, and regard the public's time, but it wouldn't, because it's going to be a much longer conversation. And so we're going to take one more item, and then we're going to go into closed session. So I hope I've identified why you've been waiting so patiently. Okay? 1:30, we have a timed item. I imagine that will be at least 20 minutes, maybe a little bit more time. And so, yeah. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies.
How did you
Oh.
guess?
Huh?
How did you know why they were here?
I just guessed. Okay. So we're going to go to item 6D, discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive first reading of ordinance amending section 3.04.190 of the Mendocino County Code regarding county holidays. County Council and Human Resources
Thank you, Madam Chair.
are the sponsor.
The board had previously directed County Council and Human Resources to come back with an ordinance change, removing the Columbus Day holiday and adding the Indigenous Peoples Day to the county holidays recognized by ordinance. This ordinance change, or this proposed ordinance change, would also make just a few cleanups, including changing one reference that I think mistakenly cited to the wrong paragraph, and just a few minor cleanup items.
Okay, thank you, Council. Board members, Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is very straightforward, ratifying in effect what, or incorporating, implementing what the board's directed. I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, we need to go to public comment first. So I invite public comment on this item. Anyone from the public that would like to speak? I don't see Lois coming forward, so we'll bring it back to the board. We do have a motion and a second. And clerk, you got that? Yes, I have. Thank you. It appears there's no more discussion. We'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
I knew I'd hear from the two of you in some capacity. Thank you. Okay, now we are going to go to closed session. Today, as I stated, our morning has gone by rather quickly. It was supposed to be a working lunch, may still be, depending on the amount of time spent. But this is for agenda item number 9, and we have 9A and 9B. The board, when we come reconvene out of closed session, will announce any action that had occurred. So we will recess to closed session. Thank you. My report out of closed session on item 9A. The board acted as the IHSS Authority Governing Board, and direction was given to staff. On item 9B, direction was also given to staff. I need to announce that on our consent calendar, 2 items were pulled and were being worked on and going to be revisited. Those were items 4C and D, and those items have been withdrawn by the department, and they will come back at the next meeting. So, we do have a 1:30 timed item, and this is a joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors and the Library Advisory Board. The Executive Office and the Library, the lab are the sponsors, and I'd like to begin by welcoming the board here. I know this isn't the venue that you would have liked to have had, and that we would have liked to have had, but we're short of staff and short of time today, and to do the setup, the takedown, move everything back would have been very difficult. So I do apologize, and I would like to call up Lynn Zimmerman, and I believe you are the vice chair and acting today as the main representative, because Mr. Comer is unable to be here. Okay.
Is that good?
You could pull it closer to you as well.
All right, is that good? All right, great. All right, well, good afternoon. Nice to be here representing the Library Advisory Board, the 5 community libraries and the hopeful 6th in Laytonville. We were able to provide a report in advance of this meeting, and I have a question. I don't know if you've had a chance to read it, or if you would like me to read it today.
So Lynn, maybe what we can do, I know it won't transfer all onto tape, but it would be nice if each member stood up, stated their name and what district they represent.
Oh, very good. Certainly. All right. Okay, so Lynn Zimmerman, I represent District 2, Ukiah.
Olga O'Neill, Willits, City Willits.
Good afternoon. Dolly Riley, District 1, Terry Brown. And I just want to say one more thing. Thank you for the workshop. I don't know if I needed to take a card to say anything, but you will guide us along with your protocol.
Yes, thank you.
Janice Marcel, 4th District. Maureen Mulhern, I represent the City of Ukiah City Council.
Michael Schaefer, I'm 5th District Representative.
Catherine Eckert, I'm from Fort Bragg, California.
John Haven, Laytonville.
Susan Bradley, Laytonville.
Okay. Great, thank you. I believe, I know I went over the report. It might be, I don't know how the board members like to go forward, but perhaps you can read it for the public who hasn't had an opportunity to go over it.
All
Or
right.
you can, yeah.
So I'll do my best to read it. I may leave out a phrase or so here and there, just in the interest of time. And before I begin, I wanted to thank you for the meeting, and also to say that our greatest goal from this meeting would be the approval of our strategic plan, which was an attachment to the Library Advisory Board report, the annual report. That said, I'll begin to read verbatim then. The fiscal year 2018-19 was a good year for the Mendocino County Library District. The system continues to thrive with stable revenue from Measure A. The previous 12 months of revenue generated by Measure A was approximately $1.89 million, which represents 56 or close to 57% of total library revenue. We continue to fund the 5 branches in Bookmobile in a very adequate manner. However, expenses exceeded revenue, which is cause for concern. And then there were charts to that effect. To ensure the continued fiscal health of the library, the lab created a one-page strategic plan, which you will find attached. The strategy is, number one, to renew Measure A in perpetuity, and two, to add an additional 1/8 of 1% tax in perpetuity. Please see the strategic plan. And also, I would say that the incentive for number two is to develop a capital improvement fund for the library for the future. Our $1.5 million reserve is adequate for contingencies. Some highlight from this reporting period: with financial and strategic planning by the Long Valley Friends of the Library groups, they plan to open a library satellite in January of 2020. They've raised $50,000 in their community for that purpose. The Coast Community Friends of the Library completed the seismic upgrade of the Coast Community Library. They raised over $400,000 in their community for that purpose. The Fort Bragg Friends of the Library purchased adjacent library property in Fort Bragg and is preparing to expand that branch, and they have raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for that purpose. The county library system serves the entire county, and for many residents is the only direct service they receive from county government. Library things are many things to many people. All services are free, as you know. Safe place for children and youth to enjoy after-school and summer activities. Free internet free internet at the library is a resource for employment, education, and housing opportunities. Unfortunately, the library is a default daycare center for those experiencing homelessness, as noted in the reports from the Ukiah and Fort Bragg branches. The security guard at the Ukiah branch has had a positive effect, although some public health issues continue to exist, and a guard may be needed at the Fort Bragg branch. Library Director Karen Horner has done an outstanding job of coordinating library services and maintaining staff morale. She has a very committed and hardworking administrative staff. We have many talented and committed staff throughout the system who keep the branches operating in a professional, energetic, and creative manner. The 5 branches in the bookmobile remain extremely busy. During fiscal 2018-19, the combined branches had 575,000 checkouts and added 4,400 new patrons, loaned out 126,000 items, sent almost 200,000 items to Sonoma and Lake County, and handled 150,000 requests for out-of-county items, added almost 30,000 new items to the collection, and provided nearly 1 million online resource materials. And they give Ukiah as an example here with a total of 525 programs with over 11,000 attendees. Our library's community rooms provide free venues, and they are popular and often booked months in advance for a wide range of community meetings. The transition to the Cultural Services Agency in early 2019 was smooth, and the lab is satisfied that library staff, time, and resources remain independent of the time spent on county museum duties. So now I want to talk a bit about the role of the Friends of the Library. All library branches have dedicated Friends of the Library groups. Many of these have raised large sums of money for the purpose of funding library services, programs, professional development, opportunities for librarians, capital improvements, property for expansion, and the creation of new branches, as in the case of Laytonville. Their unique contribution to the life and purpose of the libraries cannot be understated. Without them, we would not have the Coast Community Library seismic retrofit, the planned expansion of the Fort Bragg branch, the considerable improvements to the Ukiah branch, or the vision and implementation of a forthcoming Laytonville satellite. And I do want to bring to your attention this wonderful graph at the back that does show the fiscal the fundraising by each of the Friends of the Library in the county, resulting in more than well over $2 million over a period of 10 years. And I was just informed that actually 10,000 more has been raised in Fort Bragg since this table was created. So I would say it's very close to 2,200,000 has been raised by citizens in your county who value their library so much. The library has not been asked nor directed To be an emergency center in the event of power outages, the lab acknowledges the vital role libraries play in public safety and communication, as demonstrated in the fires in 2017. The county may require the library to install a backup generator at one or more branches to enable service to continue if power is cut. As long as electrical power is functioning, Mendocino County libraries will function as an important venue for citizens in emergency situations. Without electrical power, the libraries will need to close as they will not have communication systems, light, air conditioning, or in some cases, plumbing. If the county wishes to use libraries as community gathering centers during power shutdowns, the county and/or utility company must be responsible for the costs of purchasing and installation of generators. I'm going to, unfortunately, I'm going to pass over the branch reports and go to the summary so that if there is any discussion, we'll stay within our time allocation. But I do want to say each of the branches are very vital and very central to their community's well-being, as you can see by the numbers of patrons and participants in programs. So summary, to date, the library has fulfilled its Measure A mandate to provide enhanced services to the people of Mendocino County. The lab is committed to the continued fiscal health of the library, and we're now planning for the renewal of Measure A, although it does not expire until 2027. The lab recognizes that future sustainability requires capital improvements at all branches and expansions of services to underserved communities. To achieve this, the lab is in the early planning phase of a second 1/8 cent sale tax voter-approved funding initiative. If passed, both initiatives will fund the library in perpetuity. Our strategic plan is based upon passing both initiatives. We ask you, the Library Board of Directors, to adopt our plan. And wouldn't you know, as soon as I say I'm not going to go into branch details, I remembered that I wanted to point out that because of Measure A, the bookmobile is serving underserved communities. It was that phrase in the last summary that made me think of that. But the bookmobile has 34 venues every 2 weeks, including 3 homes for seniors. And I believe, Karen, we're looking into the incarcerated people, are we not? Into serving them in some. Oh, thank you very much, Michael. So I do want to acknowledge that because that was one of Measure A's goals, and it's being achieved. So.
Okay, we will have some comments, but for board members that would like to get up and make comments regarding the annual report, please come forward, state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Michael Schaefer. I think that it's clear that the library system exists because of the overwhelming support we have in the county, from the Board of Supervisors to the local communities that have funded campaign after campaign for support of our libraries. And we realize that looking at what the county has done in the past, one of the things they haven't done is provide a way of financing the renovation, the restoration, and in some cases, new libraries. I mean, the Ukiah Library was built in 1970. It's well out of date. And, we feel that we've taken upon ourselves to plan a way out of that dilemma, not to rely on the county for funding, but to create a funding mechanism that over time should be able to permanently maintain our fiscal plan. It's been noted that we have been spending more money than we've been earning, and that's a direct result of not having any capital funds available. If you look at where we've gone over, it's been for the restoration of the Ukiah Library that we've done in the past year, new doors at Willits and Ukiah, various things that add up that aren't library, that are capital expenditures, and that there is no funding mechanism currently to pay for those except out of operational funds. So it was our determination that the missing part of our funding plan after we adopted Measure A was a capital improvement sinking fund that would pay for mortgages and would allow this to be maintained. So that's why that's in our strategic plan.
Thank you, Michael.
Anyone else?
Yes. Hi, Dolly Riley, District 1. I want to say that what's really important to us as a board is to convey the information that if the Friends of the Library have been able to raise well over $2 million, that means that your voting public really wants the library to go on. And you know, the Ukiah Library isn't large enough. It doesn't have the parking. It's outdated. Parts of it are falling apart. And Laytonville doesn't have a library, but the population is increasing in that area. Fort Bragg now has purchased a lot next to it, and they're beginning demolition of the old structure that was on that lot so that they can add on to the Fort Bragg Library. Things are really happening, and I could go on, but you've heard it all before recently. What I want to say is the Board of Supervisors, as our bosses, as our Board of Directors for the Library Advisory Board, we really want your support. We want you to get as excited as we are about another measure on the ballot that we don't have to keep renewing. And we feel that the donations from Friends of the Library is really great evidence that the voting public wants this to happen. So we want you to be on board with us. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, now we'll be to the board for comments. I'd like to start. I was a little bit dismayed that there was no comment made about the mobile library. And the for instance is, my district, the 1st, is the only district in the county that doesn't have a public library. And I think the mobile library has been answering that a public library is missing by attending a number of events throughout the 1st district. So if you don't know about that as a library advisory board, you should get a presentation. Ms. Horner, I just want to thank you. It's been a real plus, I believe. And then as I look through the annual report, and it was just explained about the budget, that it was capital improvements to make the library a better place for people to be. And I, as a voter, when you talked about capital improvements, that's what I was thinking about when I voted for the library tax. So I wanted to put that input in. Then if you go a little bit further on the report, there's a statement made, for many residents, this is the only direct service they receive from county government. Well, I think this is very naive of the Library Advisory Board for all the services that a county is mandated to have for county residents. Not only mandated, but it is a huge responsibility, and it is a very wide array of services that we provide. So I'm sure county residents receive other types of services from the government. When I go down to the emergency center part of the report, it says without electrical power, the libraries will need to close as they will not have communication systems, et cetera, et cetera. And it says if the county wishes to use libraries as community gathering areas, then you've made a number of mandates. Well, my comment there to the last 2 sentences, and I think Ms. Riley put it well, the Library Advisory Board doesn't make that call of what happens at a power shutoff. It has to be county government. And I think that's important for them to realize that this board of directors will make that judgment call and probably do so very soon to decide. I know in a letter that you sent us on August 27th, nope. The letter, actually it had no date, but it was sent by the lab regarding power shutoffs and what the lab felt. I believe Mr. Comer sent it. I will not go into reading it, but it will be a decision of the board whether the library closes, stay open. Lake County and Sonoma have already made those considerations. But again, it's disheartening to me that the attitude of the lab continues to be, you know, one of a kind of a push and shove with this board of directors when we really don't want it that way. And then going through, I was looking at this working group to improve Ukiah Library, and the goal is to raise funds for needs assessment too, and to date they've raised $10,000, but they want this group to determine how effectively the facility meets the needs of current regional populations. But yet, when I go down to the committee's makeup, I don't see that the working group has representation with the region. It's all Ukiah Central. So that point I wanted to make as well. And then during verbiage on Willits, made a comment that a former employee was assigned as children's librarian, but became the archivist at the county museum. I think that was a personal choice for a county employee, and I kind of felt like it was also sticking me in the eye with a stick. And then when you go on to page 5, I found a very positive statement, and it says the Willits Library has started collaborative programs with the county museum and hopes to do more. I think that is a very positive step forward. Then I moved down to Round Valley, and I have to have this explained to me, and I hope one of you can. It talks about reliable Wi-Fi, and the statement made is that the lab urges that this problem be remedied as soon as possible. So I don't know who you mean to remedy the problem. Is it, you know, so I do want to hear back on that. So I guess that was just about it, except when I go through this, then I look at your strategic plan, and as it's presently presented and put together with all the points, I can't support it. It would have to be changed to gain my support. Supervisor Williams.
So I want to thank you all for taking time out of your day to come here and join us. Of course, I support the library. A concern I have in the strategic plan is we have in fire and EMS ad hoc looking at the ambulance shortage, which has been only getting worse. And one of the directions that we may take it per board direction this morning is a sales tax. Initially, we were eyeing a 1/2 cent, and we discovered that we're so close to the cap that we could only target 3/8 and hit that cap. And given that roads keep getting kicked around as another need we're not fulfilling, I could see hitting that cap before we're able to run this in 2022. And so I would like some help identifying a backup plan, an alternate. If we can't add the 1/8 cent for a total of a quarter, what other funding mechanisms can we envision?
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I read the annual report in a much more positive light, and I frankly appreciated it. It did acknowledge that the transition to a cultural services agency had gone smoothly. Obviously, you have faith in our librarian, Karen Horner, who's been transparent in explaining the budget breakdowns and, I believe, providing assurance that library funds are spent only for library services, which, of course, is everyone's intent. And so I think we've followed through on that in assuring the library community that funds are spent appropriately. The report might have said a word or two about how the partnership with parks and museums actually enhances all three entities as I believe it does. And I think we've seen some indications of that. I think we'll see more going forward that it actually enriches all three entities. But again, I appreciate the overall positive tone. The issue of the cooling centers, and frankly, this is where the Library Advisory Board might have reverted back to viewing everything with suspicion or imagining a worst case where it doesn't exist. So I don't frankly see a need for libraries to be cooling centers or community centers in the event of a public safety power shutoff in the cities, which all have municipal facilities as well as other facilities. The one exception might be Covelo, where the library, the Commons, really does serve as a community gathering point. But if that's to become a cooling center, maybe it's up to the Covelo community to decide that and do the fundraising necessary to make that happen. So just kind of my off-the-cuff thoughts on that. Supervisor Williams did raise a concern about timing of going back to the voters, especially for an increase. We are currently close to the county cap for sales tax add-ons. However, Measure B, the Mental Health Services Treatment Act special tax, will reduce down from a half cent to an eighth of a cent in 2023. So that'd free up some space at that point, and that's still several years before the need to renew library Measure A. But so the timing might need to be adjusted a little. And maybe with the strategic plan, we're kind of folding in, the library improvement plan into the strategic plan, but frankly, it is the Ukiah Library Improvement Plan, and so it's, I think, appropriate to have that be the entities named for that committee, with the understanding there are needs in the entire county that also need to be addressed, and maybe that needs to be fleshed out a little more.
Supervisor Jurdy.
I do want to thank you for the report, and but I did want to focus in on your strategic goals, and on the going from the eighth of a cent renewal, of course, everybody supports that, and I'm certainly open to supporting going from an eighth of a cent to a quarter of a cent, but I want to personally have more of a conversation with the Library Advisory Board or a committee of the group to understand the thought process behind it. As we sit here right now, I'm not convinced it makes the most sense to break it out as two different initiatives, or one half of that for buildings and one half of that for services. I think it might make more sense to just have a 0.25% sales tax proposal that allows for funds to be spent on facilities but doesn't restrict the funds on the two services, because I think that flexibility is helpful to the patrons of the library. And then the other thing is, I'm not opposed to, I think it makes perfect sense for there to be a Ukiah Library Improvement Working Group, but that very same committee perhaps should exist for the Fort Bragg Library or the Willits Library or every other library in the county. So if we were to participate in a Ukiah Library Improvement Working Group, I would hope the board would also support the creation of a comparable group for the Fort Bragg Library and any other library in the county that has needs that are very apparent that need to be planned out. Because I think to the greater extent that to the extent that we can plan out those improvements that are needed throughout the system, we'll have a better plan to take to the voters. And so that's the way I see it. So not to take away from the Ukiah Working Group idea, I think there's a lot of momentum there, but I think similarly there should be equal momentum behind all the other libraries.
Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I want to thank the advisory board for coming here today and all the work you do. I think it's a great service to our communities. I've had the pleasure of working closely with the Friends of the Library and Willits and Laytonville and Covelo. They're all really incredible groups that are doing such great work for our libraries and communities. I like the part in your report about how the libraries are more than just book repositories, that was the word, thank you. And that so much is going on in these libraries that are just make them bases of community involvement. And so that's a real bright part. In the report, you know, what struck me is, and it was addressed about the capital improvements, putting the library funds into the red. And it's significant numbers the last few years. You know, I think the last year was almost 500,000 in the red. And so that eating away at the overall budget, I think that there is a real need to do some of these capital improvements and yet still maintain all the services we're getting. So I don't know. I heard that you could go maybe a few more years with this if we're still spending $500,000 more than we're getting in revenue. But that's a real concern. You know, I'm happy that the CSA model has been working and that it seems like there aren't problems with it. And I know that Ms. Horner is doing a great job and probably working 120% or 150% overall. And so just as long as it's working, and I really appreciate your work on this too. I did hear a concern about an IT person and the need for IT for the library system and how to address that issue. And so, and one of the concerns was in Covelo, like
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, Chairwoman Brown said about the Wi-Fi being slow and everything, and what is the solution to that? Because that is a central part of that community. So anyway, I appreciate the strategic plan. I think some things, details need to be worked out on it, and you know, some more thought needs to go into it. But I support the idea that we need a viable library with the capital improvements that we need, because we do have a growing population that's using the libraries more and more, and we can't have these buildings built in 1917 still serving the same function for the 21st century. So.
Supervisor Williams, and then we'll go back to the lab.
Perhaps any settlement we receive from PG&E could be used to provide generators for all of the libraries, given that that's likely where people will go when they decide to shut us off next. And the other,
we've got them coming.
Yeah, I know.
We can ask the question.
The other, no, I was talking about the existing settlement. The Covelo needing a higher speed connection for the Wi-Fi. The county has a microwave radio system. We could begin working on getting some bandwidth out to Covelo so that they can better provide for patrons who need Wi-Fi access. It just takes a little board direction to get that moving. I'm happy to help.
Keith, library members, some response do you have?
Well, I'd like to thank you all for your thoughtful comments. I would first say that Supervisor Brown, I'm sorry that you felt the tone was reminiscent of the past, because we hoped that our tone would reflect our feelings that we are very interested in collaboration and moving forward in the interest of our citizens and our libraries. As for the representation on the working group for the Ukiah Library, built in 1970, the Ukiah Library has not been designated as a regional library, which in fact it is, because it serves Potter Valley, Anderson Valley, Hopland, Talmadge, Calpella, and Redwood Valley. It serves all those outlying areas. And I notice when I drive through Cloverdale that it's called a regional library. So, I mean, maybe that's something to consider as we progress in our planning. And I would certainly welcome, whether we do that now or later, I would certainly welcome reps from anywhere to have input on how the Ukiah Library can best serve all those outlying communities as well as the city of Ukiah. And then Supervisor Jardy, I'm very, I welcome your thoughts about working together on the best way to put forth a measure to the public to provide for their libraries in the future. I really welcome that comment. That's pretty much all that I would say at this time. Others?
You know, I think that from my perspective, if you could designate one of you to meet with a committee of our advisory board to fine-tune the timing and strategic plan ideas that we've presented, we'll have made great progress, and I would look forward to that.
Supervisor Jardy?
Supervisor McCown wanted to-
So, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'll defer it.
Well, I think I feel aware of the other timing issues that the county is looking at in terms of other sales taxes, and I would be happy to volunteer for that committee. I do think in terms of really, which I think is a separate issue, this issue of creating a greater Ukiah Community Library Improvement Working Group, I think that would clearly not be me. But I'm also volunteering, though, to serve on what I think we should have, which would be a comparable group for the Fort Bragg, a working group for the Fort Bragg Library. And I assume, you know, Supervisor Hashtag, I'm sure, would like to be a part of a working group with the Laytonville, perhaps the Laytonville and Willits and Covelo libraries. Anyway, so I could see the need for a working group for each of the libraries. And so, but in terms of just a general committee to look at the sales tax and the timing of that, I'd be happy to volunteer on behalf of the board if the board wanted to appoint me to that group.
Second.
All right.
The chair gets to appoint. You're appointed, Supervisor. Supervisor McCowan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I agree with Supervisor Jardy's comments, and given that Fort Bragg is actively working on expansion, it's extremely appropriate for Supervisor Jardy to be part of that group, and for Fort Bragg to have a formal Fort Bragg Library Improvement Group. In terms of the Ukiah Library Improvement Working Group, and thank you, Vice Chair Zimmerman, for pointing out how expansive the service area of the Ukiah Library is. So I think it'd be very appropriate for Chair Brown to participate in that group if she can fit it into her schedule. And we are kind of talking about a couple of different things in terms of the individual library facilities that need improvement and the overall strategic plan, which really I think is primarily focused on the need first to make sure we can renew the Measure A funding and then potentially augment it. And I think it probably does make sense, if that's to happen, have it be one measure, have it not be tied to it must be capital, or, you know, to retain the flexibility so the funds can be spent where they're needed, which may change over the years. So that's all appropriate, but the strategic plan, the mission of it would be the long-term capital improvement of all of the library facilities, and then these individual library improvement groups are kind of subsets of that. But they don't necessarily have to be defined within the strategic plan. Not having enough to do, I would also be willing to serve on an ad hoc to work with the Library Advisory Board and the Friends groups to refine the timing and the parameters of a potential permanent funding mechanism.
So, supervisors, is I guess the question I should ask, are you suggesting an ad hoc, or is this just an informal appointment?
Well, I think it could be an informal appointment.
Do you agree? Agree, sir? Okay, everybody's nodding. So Supervisors Jurdy and McCowan have stepped up to be the liaison to these groups and working on the plan. Is that correct? All righty. And then also, I think we agreed that there should be a liaison person. And so I think we're all in agreement with that. So we need to add that assignment to the Board of Supervisors assignment roster that's decided upon the first meeting of each year by chair appointments. So we'll need to get that added on, okay? All right.
Question?
Supervisor Williams.
Will this less than formal ad hoc take on the Covelo Wi-Fi issue, or do we want? I just want to make sure somebody tracks it. I'm happy to volunteer, but I'm also, if the two of you can take it on, that's also, I'd be content with that. I just want to make sure that we don't drop it. I think it is important that we don't have kids across the digital divide.
We need to be careful that we don't have 3 supervisors involved.
Exactly.
So I think Supervisor McCowan has come up with something, and I also see 3rd District Supervisor Haschek. So which one of you want to go first?
Oh, well, I just wanted to quickly say, I think the Covelo Wi-Fi issue is a discrete issue, and I think Supervisor Williams is the most qualified to review and work on that issue and ideally resolve it if there's no objection by Supervisor Haschek.
Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll work with Supervisor Williams and connect him with the proper people, and we'll make it work outside of the ad hoc.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Just make sure none of the 4 of you show up at the same meeting, or you can't talk. Yes. What about making a board directive?
Was that a board directive?
For informal working with Round Valley Library Supervisors Williams and Haschek on the Wi-Fi. See what can be done. Supervisor Jurdy.
So I just would like to get clarification. So we have a proposal from the Library Advisory Board on a Greater Ukiah Library Improvement Working Group, and I believe Supervisor McCowan will be the one, or Supervisor Brown will be the one,
or both,
or both attending that. I won't, but
Supervisor McCowan, I think, is on it.
Is already on it.
Okay, oh, great. And I just want to hope that we have board support that we would like to see working groups for the other libraries, and the district supervisor would work with those independent working groups. So that's clear that we're asking for that to take place. I'm sure the Fort Bragg Library and the Library Advisory Board would like to create one for the Fort Bragg Library as well. So assuming that's the case, then I would like to go to those.
So let us ask for a response, please.
I'm delighted with your thoughts and your recommendation, and especially with the specificity that they would be local groups, because obviously each of the 5 existing and the 6th hopeful satellite library have such different needs. For example, Point Arena has already completed their seismic retrofit, so their need is entirely different from Fort Bragg's expansion, from Ukiah's needs assessment, et cetera, et cetera. So for that reason, I think it's wonderful, and I think it's wonderful to have your support.
Okay, great. And so you'll get them connected with the Friends groups, working groups.
So, excuse me, what action am I to take?
You will get them connected with a working group?
Oh, absolutely.
Because I think it's probably the Friends that will start the working groups.
Yes, it is.
At each one of the libraries.
It absolutely is the Friends. Yes.
But you will make that connection?
I will.
Okay, appreciate it very much, Lynn. Okay, supervisors. We did talk about strategy for planning robust libraries into the future. There was discussion on a sales tax. I think Supervisor Jurdy, at least in my opinion, came up with a good suggestion that he will work with the lab on the strategic plan and discuss any type of sales tax.
Yeah, is that with Supervisor McCowan?
Oh, with
correct.
Supervisor
We
McCown,
said
excuse me.
earlier.
Okay, so we have gone over that. So now there is a request to consider another workshop, and Vice Chair Haschak will be the chair next year, and he will be able to arrange any workshop.
To schedule, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor McCown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to remind the board, and particularly for recent board members, that the board did, I believe, adopt a policy relating to meeting with advisory boards. We've got quite a number of advisory boards. Not all of them necessarily have active issues where they need to meet with the board, but in the coming year, ideally, staff would review with incoming Chair Haschak what the policy is, and do we need to check with the other boards and see who would like to meet with us rather than only meeting with the Library Advisory Board.
We have some others coming up that have been scheduled. I believe 2 have been delayed that will be coming a little bit later in the year. So we are meeting that obligation, but I think that is the chair's responsibility.
Well, it's
I think
also-
that's what we left it to when we discussed this, and I won't get in a battle with you.
No, I just think it's a board policy and we ought to follow it.
Exactly. But there are lots of advisory boards, but the chair is the one that has the call as to how the agenda flows. Supervisor Haschak, welcome to the job next year.
And I'll review that policy beforehand.
Public expression. Anyone from the public that would like to speak, come forward. State your name for the record.
Karen Horner, CSA Director and County Librarian. I wasn't really planning on speaking, but since the Covelo Wi-Fi issue came up at Round Valley Branch Library, I just want to clarify that my administrative staff, myself, is working continuously with County IS service, and it's a much more complicated issue, and it involves a lot with the infrastructure, and also in terms of what we're providing, who's accessing it. And so I just wanted to, any supervisors that was curious, I'd be happy to meet and discuss it, and that we have been on top of it and coming up with new strategies and trying to rectify the situation, but it's a lot more complicated. So I just wanted to address that and let everybody know, and to be happy to answer questions.
I like complicated.
Good, we'll take it. We'll take help. So I just wanted to address that.
Okay.
All right.
And if it's not, you will.
So anyone else, public expression, please come forward. We're going to do some closing remarks. Advisory board members, do you have some closing remarks?
Quickly, I want to say that I'm grateful that we've had this exchange, because I learned that, for example, we want to have another initiative in the future, but we didn't know that, for example, that the roads need some kind of voter approval for more money, as well as the ambulance. And thank you for the reminder that the Measure B for mental health has a sunset date. So I'm really, those are things that we really need to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Board of Supervisors, closing remarks?
No, just thank you, and we look forward to continuing to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to working with you, too.
Yeah, I'd like to express my appreciation to all of you, and I think it was a productive afternoon speaking with you.
Supervisor McCowan?
I agree, and again, I really appreciate the report. Happy to accept it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it and all the work that you do. Okay. We'll be moving on to the next item on our agenda. And that particular item is item 6E. Discussion and possible action, including approval of a guiding principle, key policy decisions, and a strategic financing plan for the use of Measure B revenues as recommended by the Kemper Report, with a request to the Measure B Committee to provide recommendations to the Board of Supervisors consistent with the same. We have Supervisors McCowan and Haschak as our sponsors. Gentlemen, would you like to introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Haschak and I thought that the approval that we're recommending today was somewhat inherent in the response to the grand jury report, which, as you know, took a look at Measure B and progress to date. So after the meeting, however, it was pointed out that the board hadn't explicitly endorsed the guiding principles suggested by the Kemper report, and I think it's worth noting what that is. And this is Lee Kemper's recommendation for the board to adopt a guiding principle, which is that the guiding principle for the use of Measure B revenues is the development of a comprehensive mental health services continuum in Mendocino County that provides a broad range of services and supports that remediate mental health conditions at the earliest possible time and reduce the need for inpatient psychiatric utilization. The grand jury report tended to focus just on the proposed facilities of the crisis stabilization unit, crisis residential treatment, psychiatric health facility, and we know a training center is mandated by Measure B, and that the board has recently allocated funds for the purchase of that property that will serve as a training center. But what is needed is far beyond simply the facilities, and as the Kemper report also documents, while Mendocino County has a range of services, in between the ability to call crisis line and get a crisis response and the very expensive out-of-county hospital placement, there is not enough of the services that we have. And he specifically recommends allocating funds for increased full-service partnerships, increased supportive services, increased supportive housing, and substance use disorder treatment. And Measure B was not only mental health, it was behavioral health as well. And of course, there's a lot of co-occurrence of various conditions among the affected population. So the point of this is simply to underscore the need to move forward with the full range of services that are proposed, that are included within the mandate of Measure B. In preparing this item, we learned that, or were reminded that the Measure B committee in January of this year did adopt the Kemper report as a guideline. And in line with that, we do believe it's time to start seeing recommendations for the improved services. One thing I would like to add is that we also need to better define what those services are. And so part of the request to the Measure B committee, or a preliminary request before they start recommending, here's what we think you should spend for supportive housing. Just as we did with Kemper getting an overall view of the system, let's ask for approval to contract for an analysis of what do we need for supportive housing. What is the unmet need? What's the unmet need for substance use disorder treatment services, and how do we fill that? So we actually have some data and information upon which to base budgeting resources for those. And along with this, we're recommending adoption of the proposed policies identified by Kemper and the draft budget identified by Kemper. And again, if there's a reason why those are not appropriate, the Measure B committee should say what that is. Otherwise, we think we have the guideline for a strategic plan.
Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Supervisor McCowan, and the reason that we came up with this was that there was a feeling that we needed to go to memorialize what the feeling of the grand jury response was. And so with that, I think that the Measure B committee has done some great work, and you know, they have come up with the 3 facilities, the PUF, the CRT, and the CSU, and we're moving on those. We approved those. The training center got purchased, and we're moving on that too. But I think the step beyond that is to use that Kemper report, and the tough job for the committee will be to prioritize, and because we aren't going to have enough money to do everything, but they certainly have the tough task of prioritizing what the next steps are. And we certainly welcome, I think this is an offer to the committee to come up with those prioritized lists, and let's start moving on those too concurrently. Thank you.
And then I'd just like to comment that the pages that were pulled out, the recommendations, the analysis and recommendation from Kemper, but I do want to remind everyone that the Behavioral Health Advisory Board had an ad hoc committee and did a very good job out of what I'll call dissecting the Kemper report. So that's also a document that can be available that gives all the bullet points. So, all right, we're going to go to public comment. Anyone that would like to comment on this agenda item, please come forward, state your name for the record. Anyone? Not seeing anyone. It's a quiet group today. All righty. So we're going from public comment back to this board. Supervisors? Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I move the recommended action.
Second.
All right. Motion on the floor. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Well, we're kind of in a tricky situation here.
Yes, we are.
But I'd like to move on with the agenda. We do have a 3 o'clock timed item. We cannot take that before 3 o'clock. Supervisor Williams?
Maybe we have a 1-minute break. I know this item will be lengthy, and I've been drinking a whole lot of water.
Oh, he admitted it.
I think he means 2 minutes, probably.
2 minutes. We'll take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Thanks. Delay it and go to our 3 p.m. So discussion and possible action including directions to staff to develop cannabis enterprise zone plan. Supervisor Williams and Jurdy are the sponsors, and planning and building services. Gentlemen, do you want to introduce the item, please?
Sure.
Yes, but I would like Supervisor McCowan to be here because I need his vote, potentially.
Well, we could just start with this. So our ad hoc committee on economic development has been meeting with we've had a number of meetings throughout the county, and we're in the process of developing a more comprehensive strategic plan for economic development with cannabis. We've given the board an early kind of bullet point version of that the board's endorsed, and this is a component of that overall plan. In order for greater economic activity to take place in Mendocino County with cannabis, an environmental document will need to be developed to allow for some rezoning, and in order for that to be paid for, we need someone to pay for it because the county general fund doesn't have the funds to pay for it. So this is a way forward to pay for that environmental document and that planning process, not unlike you have with, maybe you have some property owners that want to rezone some land for housing, and they would pay the county for that planning process. In this case, it would be the applicants also paying for the planning process, but it'd be the county selecting the consultants, selecting the environmental impact report consultants, and running and managing that environmental review process on behalf of the public. So this is, again, it's sort of a subset. It's one of the proposals coming forward from our ad hoc committee, and but we needed to get direction from the board to allow county staff to pursue this further.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, and I think that last part is worth emphasizing, that we don't want anyone, especially people in the industry, to feel that this is moving along without them. This is really the starting point. Without a supervisor or even an ad hoc isn't supposed to use, is it, more than 4 hours of staff time on any one issue. And this is an item that really requires a deeper dive in investigating feasibility. And I don't think the ad hoc is looking to sell a corner of the county to a Canadian venture capitalist to do a large-scale grow. We're more looking at the reality that government moves very slow, and that with competition and a national market opening up, we may have cultivators that need to scale up and do slightly larger grows. And I think one of the concerns is to go larger, an EIR will be required. Who will pay for it? There's my feeling, and I think I'm representing the ad hoc here, is that the cannabis program needs to pay for itself. No subsidies going forward. We want to avoid government intrusion. That comes in the form of fees in some cases. And we want to protect private property and the environment. And that means proper land use. And so a way to pull the community together, not just cannabis cultivators, is show that we're making an effort to try to, on the larger grows, use appropriate land that's away from residential communities, it's zoned appropriately. I also have a concern that as our existing cultivators try to move from provisional to annual licenses, they're relying a lot on a mitigated neg deck. I don't have a whole lot of confidence myself that that's going to fly long term. And the risk of an effective moratorium while we figure out how to pay for $1 million EIR and wait a year, which will, government terms will be 2 years, that could be really detrimental to the small cultivators. And so I would like to try to have staff tie this in with some larger zones where the fee for the 1 to 10 acres covers the cost of an EIR for all of the small cultivators that are held up in the process today. Staff has some concern about Prop 218 and how we can legally apportion cost. And so I think the ad hoc's aim would be to apportion as much cost as possible to the larger cultivators and as little as possible to the small farmers who are frankly struggling today. But we don't have an answer to that. This is really the kickoff to open that discussion and justify some staff time for further research.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could we get, because the issue's been raised, of folding into this smaller cultivators who may be at the 2,500 square foot level wanting to expand to 10, as approved of by our mitigated neg deck, which concluded, I think correctly, there's no significant impact based on all of the totality of the baseline and the conditions that they are faced with, such as no tree removal, no sensitive habitat, et cetera. Could we get an update on where we are with that issue and getting that straightened out with the state?
Mr. Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director. Supervisor McCowan, on that issue, I kind of brought that issue up in some of the ad hoc meetings since I've been here. And my thought is, we've lost a lot of cultivators potentially over time, and that potentially the mitigated neg deck, it considered maybe many more growers than we have now, cultivators than we have now. So what I meant by some of these people that want to scale up to 10,000 or maybe even an acre is that we look at that mitigated neg deck. What kind of capacity does it have now to allow the small ones to go up to 10,000. Is that what?
Well,
is that what you're talking
there
about?
were, as I understand it, as I recall it, the mitigated neg deck, and let's forget about anybody over 10,000
Yeah.
unless they're a nursery, but that would require separate environmental review. But I think within our neg deck, in certain zones, people that were cultivating, and the only thing legal at the time we adopted this was the equivalent of 2,500 square feet. But we recognized that in many cases, they already had an appropriate area where they could go up to 10,000. So we would allow those people that legally could only have been doing about 25, but might actually have been doing more, or even if they weren't, under the conditions established for the program, it was demonstrable there'd be no significant environmental impact. They could go to 10. The state doesn't think that's definitive enough in terms of environmental review. Have we been, and I know we've worked a lot with the state to try and satisfy them, can we bridge that gap independently of doing some further environmental analysis beyond our mitigated neg deck?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I think the mitigated neg deck speaks for itself, and we subsequently did a clarifying amendment to the ordinance to say that you don't have to expand with your first application to the program. You could come in at a cottage level and expand later, and that was all included within the gambit of the mitigated neg deck and what it studied.
And
So
being able to expand was included within.
correct. That's all baked into the existing program. To my knowledge, we've had issues working with the state is kind of who's on first when it comes to CEQA and who else needs what in order to make approvals between the state and the localities. So we've had a lot of discussions with the state about what the county can do to get that moving and how it can help the state get that done. So I think that's a separate process that we're still in the middle of and still talking more with the state about and seeing what we can do to assist them with that. But that's just to help clear their baffles in terms of what is allowed, who has done CEQA first, essentially. I'd say there was a lot of differing opinions about who should go first between the counties and the cities and the state as the rollout of legal cannabis went forward, and we're trying to patch that up on the back end.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Jordy.
Just briefly, I just also want to underscore what Supervisor Williams, one of his comments, which was, yeah, in part, this is part of the board's effort to advance the cause of creating, identifying appropriate locations where intensification makes sense from an environmental standpoint, from a neighborhood standpoint, and thereby allowing, for example, cultivation sites that are currently in neighborhoods where it's not supported by the neighbors to move to a place where there is the infrastructure and where it's not zoned residential. So I think this is helping that greater objective of the board and the public.
Supervisor Williams.
10 acres would utilize about 44 and a half 10K permits. And yet the staff time involved on a project like that is much less because it's all in one location. And so if you look at what it would take to fund an EIR, about $1 million, we're talking about approximately 10 acre cultivation sites. Those sites I could see being broken down, hopefully people coming together who don't have access to appropriate land elsewhere, being able to pool resources and shared facilities. And we were envisioning this would be an area that would have less regulation so that you could do everything cannabis related, knowing you're not up against other neighbors and we're specifically allowing it. But the point is, we would almost triple the number of licenses in this process, and yet 2/3 of the licenses would be very trivial to work with for county staff. It wouldn't require nearly as much time. So year out, when we have a fee hearing and we look at cost recovery on the permits, I would hope that we would be able to average down, because looking at 44, they're all on one site. That's probably about as much work as driving to Covelo to look at one small farm today. And I think we hear the message from small cultivators that the fees and taxes are killing their business because margins are so tight as it is due to the state regulation. This is one way. By scaling up in one area, we can potentially pay for an EIR and cut fees through long-term cost recovery averages lowering.
Supervisor Haschak, then we're going to be going to the public.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a good discussion and that I appreciate this work on it. As part of the cultivation ad hoc that Supervisor McCowan and I did go see some sites over in the Mitchell Creek area that needed to relocate or will need to relocate in the near future. And some of those, the areas that we were also looking at as potential enterprise zones could be appropriate for them. But I think going forward too, we need to consider not just the small cultivators, not just the big cultivators, but we need to consider our communities too and what they want, because when I hear about a proposal to have 10 acres of hoop houses on one of these sites, and that's a potential, I don't know where in our county we would really like 10 acres of just hoop houses. And so there's considerations. I think the community at large needs to be part of this discussion, and we need to take it back to our whatever direction we're thinking about. But I do need to think that people need to be involved in this who aren't just in the industry.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On that point, is there a thought that rather than allow for 10 acres of hoop houses in one location, that we might tilt towards sun-grown, and since people would be able to grow in larger plots, although they're by 10,000 acre increments, could we get away from a lot of the hoop house, which does have an aesthetic impact, some believe, and focus more on facilitating sun-grown that I think would help build the Mendocino County brand as the greenest in the state?
That was the exact direction I believe the ad hoc wanted to take this. It was not to have 10 acres of hoop houses. The idea was to find appropriate land, meaning land that's large without access going through a residential subdivision, so that we don't have residents upset about increased traffic, with concern for wind and the odors blowing, and that we want to build an image of sun-grown, not hoop houses, and that it would really be on the applicants to bring forward proposals for that appropriate land use that would be part of this EIR. And so the plan is to not just allow 10 acres here and 10 acres there, but be very thoughtful about where we want to allow it, but use it as a leveraging tool to offset costs that small cultivators will be confronting otherwise.
It's kind of a silly question, but opportunity zones. Did we have opportunity zones within our county? And maybe those are zones that we need to go and take a look at. I think Mr. Dunnicliff would be one person to go to talk about it. That might be proper, because in opportunity zones, I also believe they give investors some type of tax credits. And it might be an investment that some business people will come in and make. But I think opportunity zones we should take a look at. Don't know what all the requirements are, but certainly if you're going to mix that industrial part to it, that might be something, an opportunity, really. As states the name, opportunity zones. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think you raised an excellent point, and any of these potential sites that would be located within an opportunity zone, there would be that built-in opportunity for a tax advantage. So that'd certainly be an inducement for those areas of the county that are in an opportunity zone. I want to try and kind of get my hands around what the overall intention is. So it says, 1 to 10 acre parcels.
No.
Allow for 1 to 10 acre cultivation. So, but what's the overall intent? Is it like, are you considering a cap on the total amount of cultivation that would be allowed within the cultivation, within the enterprise zones? And what would that be?
Yes, sir,
Yeah.
go ahead.
So we were kicking around, just to get the discussion started, the idea of about $100,000 fee for a 10-acre cultivation site. And of course, that could be broken down. Maybe it's a 4-acre site for $40,000. But we think at that price point, we would be able to fund $1 million EIR and not let this initially get out of control. Let it go as a pilot program, controlled, very methodical about where it is, so that we're making good land use decisions and not affecting neighbors.
Right. And we're going to hear from the public, but let's accept for discussion, potentially we have a cap of 100,000 for this program, of 100 acres. And then I believe how this would actually work, or I would look to the director and county council, we're not really talking about a fee per se. What we would be looking for, I think, is for people to actually come forward and make a preliminary application that I would like to have my 10 acres included, and we would say, pretty dang sure you're going to have an EIR, and we would aggregate these pre-applications who would each be expected to fund their proportionate share of the environmental review. Is that how this might work?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
There are several aspects of this that we're going to have to take a look at in terms of what's going to be viable and what's not going to be viable. Supervisor Williams alluded to the Prop 218 issue earlier. I would also point out that we're talking about an EIR, but really the specific level of environmental review that's needed is going to be dictated by the project, and we can't actually make the determination of whether it's going to be an EIR until we know what the project is. There are a few components, and I think I understand the request is that the ad hoc would like staff time to be able to look at the parameters of some of these some of these proposals as the sort of rough contours have been outlined, and then we'd be able to provide more guidance as to what would be viable and what would not, and then the board could make more nuanced policy decisions from there.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I hate to give so many comments, but I think I might save time in public comment if we can get clarification on this. I want to be careful that when we talk about 10 acres of cultivation, we're not talking about 10-acre parcels. In order to protect neighbors, it'll take a much larger parcel to pull off that 10-acre cultivation site. Maybe it's 100 acres and this is in the center. But there's definitely concerns about visual impact and odor, and we want to do this in a way that doesn't affect communities. And to county council's point, this is a high-level concept. What we're asking for today is the ability to use staff time to continue down a path looking at feasibility and report back to the board, and continue working with stakeholders. We have an upcoming town hall style meeting on, I believe, October 5th that's open to the public. We're expecting about 120 cultivators. This will likely come up in that meeting, and we want to continue gathering that feedback, but without approval of a high-level concept, it's very hard to carry that discussion forward because we can't get the answers that we need from council.
Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess as far as a high-level concept, we need to be looking at the high-level picture of where we want to go as a county. And do we want to go for these mega grows or industrial parks that are inclusive of everything? I think there's certainly need for some aspects of that. But at the same time, our county has a unique position of being the small legacy growers. And if we go for this 10-acre, large parcel grows, then we're losing a lot of that. And we're going to be dominated by a few big-moneyed people. And if we have this EIR, I would like to see how it works, because then you're having people who are kind of putting up $100,000 or whatever it is to kind of throw the dice about whether they'll be included in this EIR, whether it will be approved for them, and with the kind of the understanding that they'll get the permit if the EIR is approved. And so I'm just very, it seems like we have enough problems with our cannabis program for the small growers right now that we haven't been able to get them through, and they're getting permits at this point, and hopefully it's flowing quicker than it has been. But at the same time, to totally shift our cannabis program to this big picture is just, I think it's unreasonable at this point.
Supervisor
Quickly, if I may, and thank you, Madam Chair. I think one way that and I think it'll be a variety. I think we'll have some instances where there's one entity that says, I can do all 10 acres. I'll be hiring people to manage these 10,000 square foot individual permits, and that will be, their enterprise. I think there's other instances where we may have an entity that says, I'm working with a lot of growers, they're struggling, and again, I still think it's primarily the state and the water board and perhaps Fish and Wildlife, and the fact they're on a piece of difficult ground. They may be on a piece of ground where they're maxed out at 2,500 and it's not economical. This is an opportunity for existing growers that have relationships with other entities, local entities, to migrate to more appropriate sites where they can more cost effectively produce cannabis. So I think we may hear from some of that during public comment, but this does enhance the ability of small growers as well as larger operators to be economically viable, I believe.
Supervisor Williams?
Seeing that we don't have time for public comment before the PG&E timed, I'm concerned that in order to protect this is the Supervisor Hascheck, in order to protect the small cultivators, they need annual licenses, which up till now has been a problem. And as we see national competition, if the price falls, there's a breaking point where at 10,000 square feet, they can't generate enough profit. When they need to scale up, we know we will need an EIR. That process will take us a couple of years, right? It's probably a year for the EIR, but you add the padding of government of these meetings and the conclusion and ordinance afterwards. We're talking about a 2-year lag. We could see our small cultivators essentially go out of business while they're waiting for us when the time hits that they need to scale up beyond that 10K. Maybe it's only half an acre in order to stay profitable. We can't do that today. And so the thought here is to begin the process. It'll likely take us months to fine-tune this process, working with council to determine what's possible, what's legal, working with stakeholders to see how can we protect the small cultivators and allow them in on this. Give them the first right to scale up before we let outside forces come in. We're not looking for a corporate takeover of cultivation at large scale. We're looking to allow the small cultivators to continue.
Supervisor Hascheck?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm confused on this because what I'm hearing and my understanding was that there'd be a limited number of these possibly 10-acre parcels or permits, and that the rest of the people would be stuck at the 10,000 square foot limit. And so you'd have this dichotomy or this chasm between the two. And so I don't see everyone scaling up. And I think that there's also that misperception that the way to survive is just to scale up. And I think that a lot of people who are traditionally craft farmers aren't going to just scale up and become profitable. So.
Okay. I just want to ask a question. We're at our 3 o'clock time. Is PG&E here?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't see them in the room either, Chair Brown, so, but yes, they're here.
Okay. So we're going to suspend further comment, and we are going to our 3 o'clock presentation. So all those, I have quite a number of speaker cards on this item. We will be calling you after we get done with this item, but I felt we should go forward with your agenda item on PG&E. Thank you, because it's 3 o'clock time. Okay, this is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of presentation by Pacific Gas and Electric Company regarding the new safety initiative, Public Safety Power Shutoff, PSPS program, and an update regarding the county's associated preparation. The executive office is the sponsor. Ms. Angelo?
Yes, thank you, Chair Brown. Just very briefly, as this board knows, we have a team that's been working together that includes multiple departments, including public safety, in our planning and preparation for the Public Safety Power Shutoff. And just as we did with the last PG&E presentation, our staff will give a very brief update on what they're doing, and then we will go to our PG&E representatives. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Nash Gonzalez, your recovery director. Here this afternoon also is Darcy Antle and Janelle Rao, both your recovery and disaster preparedness team. What, as our CEO has mentioned, we have been in preparations, and as a follow-up to last month's report, you have a report before you that's an updated report on the PSPS, and we have been constantly meeting twice a week. We've been working with stakeholders. We've been working with outside entities as well as the internal working groups here at the county. And again, I want to emphasize our goal is to continue to keep operations open and services to our community. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, Darcy or Janelle.
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. I work with the external operating group. In addition to the previous report on July 9th, we continue to reach out to our community partners to get them to the table to discuss preparedness efforts that they are taking within the county. Recently, I attended a meeting with the Disaster Healthcare Coalition that is held at a venue with our public health folks to discuss what local clinics, hospitals, and other care providers are looking at doing and coordinating in efforts of preparedness. We continue to reach out through our OES team to the fire agencies, water agencies, and our local city partners. We have hospital representation at the table. Our social services team has reached out to closely 1,800 clients. We have a handful left to contact by phone to ensure that they're thinking about the medications and possible O2 and other battery backup items for the medical devices they may need. Our team continues to work on our website, which is www.mendocinocounty.org/PSPS. There we have preparedness documents for powered shutdown. We also have generator safety and usage guidelines posted from resources from PG&E. We have various links, and we do have a list of Mendocino County grocery markets that'll be open during a PSPS, fueling station facilities that will be open. We are also working with Coastal Valley's EMS to create a pharmacy list that to provide pharmacy services, and we are contacting our water agencies to see what options they have available if the power goes down. We have links from our federal and our state partners on our website to continue public access and awareness for preparation.
Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO, really quick, just to emphasize what Mr. Gonzalez mentioned about the internal continuity of county business services. We've been working on those plans for each of the individual departmental operations and ensuring that they're prepared for best and worst case scenarios. There are some of our operating departments that will not have any power at all in the event of a PSPS. We are working, as Darcy mentioned, in teams, and we meet weekly to discuss the preparedness activities. There's been an emphasis on technology infrastructure and ensuring the stability of our communication systems as well.
And if I may, Madam Chair, just as a wrap-up, you folks have may noticed that generators have been deployed around the building. So at this point, we have a plan for the immediate deployment and installation of cabling to the generators so that when power does go down or when we are notified within 4 to 6 hours, we can have the administration center on limited power. So that would allow for our IT operations and limited power to most of the departments here. But as Deputy CEO Rao has mentioned, some departments will not have power. We are working with them on their continuity plans, and there may be some shifting from Ukiah to the coast, from the coast to Ukiah, depending on where the power outage may be. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I do have a comment, though. Earlier, we had the Library Advisory Board here, and there was a statement in their annual report that they'll be closing if we have a PSPS, but that is obviously a policy or a decision made by this board, not the lab. I think Lake County has set one, and so has Sonoma County. So I'm just asking that something come forward for that in the near future.
Chair Braun, thank you for that. Yes, we will bring something forward for more direction from this board. We have been so busy preparing to stay open, we haven't thought about what would actually close. So we will bring something forward to get direction from this board. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yes. And maybe any other that we need to discuss that you've learned about during your weekly meetings. So, okay.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to go ahead and turn it over to PG&E representatives.
All righty. Welcome, Allison.
So my name is Matt Pender. I was here in July. Nice to see you guys again.
Hi,
we, at that time, discussed sort of PG&E's high-level plans related to wildfire safety overall and PSPS in particular. Again, very impressed with the preparation, planning, the website that Mendocino County has in thinking this through and being prepared for this. So new presentation this time. We'll start with some of the other activities that we're doing around wildfire safety and awareness, situational awareness, and then PSPS again at the end. Happy to take questions at any time throughout this to make sure that we're all understanding and on the same page about what we're looking at. So this placemat again talks about the number of activities that are happening around wildfire safety, and PSPS being one of those tools. Again, it's the last tool in our toolbox. It's the last resort as distinguished by the CPUC. So it's not what we want to be doing, but it's a tool that we need to have available if the conditions warrant. So how do we know if the conditions warrant? So we talked about this a little bit last time. All of the red or orange areas have been defined by the CPUC as the high fire threat areas. Those are the areas we're looking at. And we have a more zoomed in version of this a little bit later. You can get this on that website, the CPUC fire threat maps, to understand the areas that we're monitoring. When we look at Mendocino County, this is the asset profile of what PG&E has in Mendocino County. We have almost 2,000 miles of distribution lines. The majority of them are in a high fire threat area. 140 miles are in the Tier 3, the extreme, most at risk, and then a little over half are in Tier 2, and similar stats on the transmission miles. So we have about 350 miles of transmission lines in your area. The blue numbers are PG&E's total across our whole system for reference. And then we have 15 substations that serve Mendocino County, and 8 of them fall in the high fire threat area. So these are the assets that we're monitoring. all of those assets that are in the high fire threat areas, so the miles in Tier 2 or Tier 3 and the substations, have been inspected this year. Before July, we finished the last of our inspections in July, and any at-risk, high priority corrective actions we have repaired. And so I'll show you those stats in particular in a little bit. But these are the assets that PG&E is managing in your area, and particularly how they map to those high fire threat areas. To monitor those assets and to inform our situational awareness, we've installed 23 weather stations. That's 23 new weather stations. PG&E had a historic legacy weather system, but we're refreshing it to focus on additional pieces of information we need. To date, there are 23 installed throughout Mendocino County. These are the locations. If you're curious, you can see the information from each of these weather stations on our website, and also on a website that we participate in that aggregates weather station data from a number of different sources, including the National Weather Service, that's called MesoWest. But if you go to pge.com/weather, you can see the data from any of these weather stations on an interactive map. To go along with the weather stations, we are installing HD cameras, high definition cameras, to provide visual coverage of those high fire threat areas. None are installed yet in Mendocino County. We are working on a couple right now, and we have 9 planned this year. This map gives the general locations of where those are planned. As you could imagine with cameras, they're generally on high points, peaks and cliffs and things of that nature, so that they have maximum clear visual coverage. And once they are active, once they've been installed and turned on, they will be on that same website, pge.com/weather, like the one in the top left. So once we install these, our Wildfire Safety Operations Center will be using them to monitor conditions, and the public, anyone who wants to, can also see them. CAL FIRE has control access to them. If CAL FIRE has need to understand what's going on in a location, they can actually take over control of our cameras and pan, zoom, tilt to understand what's going on out there.
Sir?
Yes.
Also, I believe I learned, at least a couple of meetings I have gone to 2 years ago, about these fire cameras. The public can also go into them, but they can't move them.
Yeah, the public can't control them. You have to be in a server to control them. But yes, so at wildfirealert.org, which is part of the UC university system, they aggregate a whole bunch of cameras, including PG&Es, including some that are operated for CAL FIRE and others. So on our weather website, you can see our cameras. On that wildfirealert.org website, you can see other cameras beyond ours. So that weather website, we've refreshed and pushed out recently, and it provides some useful information for the public as well as cities and counties who want to plan for this. The most important thing as far as thinking about what your emergency planning team was just talking about is we now have a 7-day PSPS forecast on that website. So the second image from the top here shows it. It's by geographic area, so you fall within a larger geographic area, and it's a simple color coding. It's not extremely detailed, but what it says is over the next 7 days, do we see an elevated risk, a pretty likely risk, or almost certainty that a PSPS event may occur in your area? This is the picture from today, and all of our area, all of our service territory is gray, which means not elevated. No expectation of PSPS events in the next 7 days. But you can go to that website, pge.com/weather, at any time and see what our 7-day forecast is across our service territory. And if the footprint that you fall in, I think you're in Region 4, the way that our map is cut up, indicates that there's an elevated risk or a high risk, then it'd be something to really watch for. So wanted to make sure people are aware of that. And again, open to the public. Anyone can go view that. All right. I mentioned our inspections earlier, so we've been doing inspections of all of our assets that are in the high fire threat areas to make sure that they are in appropriate condition heading into wildfire season. When we do those inspections and we identify conditions that need to be corrected, we grade those. There are 4 tiers of repair grading. A tags are highest priority. Those need to be repaired basically right away. And B tags are a little bit less severe, and we generally have a target of 90 days. That's consistent with our CPUC regulations for repairing those B tags. So in Mendocino County, this breaks down what we've inspected and what we found. So in distribution, we did approximately 31,000 inspections. That's approximately 31,000 poles that we visited and inspected the assets on that pole. We found 14 A tags, so 14 immediate repair conditions, and we've taken care of those. We found 99 B tags, so those are less severe, but still things we want to take care of within a 3-month period. We've addressed 90 of those 99. And then you can see how those numbers play out to our transmission and our substation system as well. So in total, we've done around 35,000 inspections of our assets in the high fire threat districts in Mendocino County. We've repaired 100% of the A tags, highest priority things we found, and we've taken care of 81% of the B tags that we found in your county.
There is a question, Supervisor.
So I think you said 35,000 inspections.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of inspections. And later in the slides, I see that there's been approximately 1/2 mile that's been hardened, and there's another 1/3 of a mile that's planned to be hardened. Out of 2,334 miles, less than 1 mile has been hardened. Is that the conclusion of the 35,000 inspections, that these are the only weak points in the system?
So the no is the direct answer to your question. The system hardening program is an ongoing proactive program to address miles and make them more resilient, more hardened, whether or not we have identified issues that need to be repaired there.
But I guess the point is less than 1 mile has been hardened in 2019. I'm curious why. Do other sections need to be hardened and we don't have the funds, or why less than 1 mile to date?
So yeah, we're addressing various miles throughout the service territory. This year, our target is 150 miles across the system.
How many miles in our county would you say within the year? We're at less than 1 so far.
Those are the miles that are currently planned for projects right now. So those are the miles we would expect to be done in 2019.
I guess it surprised me to see that 1/2 a mile has been hardened and there's a plan for another 1/3 of a mile, just given the scope of, you have 2,300 miles that could cause fire. And we're narrowing it down. I mean, to the point of putting a bullet point in slides, pointing at 1/3 of a mile. Certainly the target should be higher, wouldn't you think?
Well, we have a ramp-up plan for our system hardening program. We have PG&E across our whole service territory has 25,000 miles in high fire threat districts, Tier 2 and Tier 3.
Yeah.
And we're doing 150 miles this year, right? So a relatively low percentage. I think that relatively low percentage is reflected in Mendocino County as well. We would love to be able to do all of them immediately. It's not operationally feasible.
What is the blocker there? Where's the holdup on hardening more than 1 mile?
So system hardening is a very resource-intensive process, right? To reconductor power lines, to replace the poles there with sturdier, more resilient poles. And so there is a limitation to the total number of resources, trained line workers, that we can deploy across our system at any one time to replace these miles of system hardening.
Okay, thank you. Go forward.
Okay, so that was what we found in the wildfire system and wildfire safety inspection program. System hardening, you alluded to this page already. So we just completed last week a project in Potter Valley where we hardened 0.6 of a mile. That is stronger power line, stronger poles and covered conductor, insulated power line. And we have another project in the works for Fort Bragg before the end of the year. And we'll be updating our 2020 plan in the near future to continue moving forward. As I mentioned, across our whole system, we're doing 150 miles this year. We're increasing that, but not by orders of magnitude next year. And so this will continue to be a long-term program to upgrade the design and the resiliency of our electric assets. Related to that, in the bottom part of the page, we're installing additional and automating devices that help us control and close off the electric system remotely with more granularity, sectionalizing the system, that kind of thing. We have 140 remotely automated devices in Mendocino County, and our remote control capabilities means that we can operate those from our central distribution control centers. So we continue to add more of those across our system, and we're up to 140 in Mendocino County. So those things make our system more resilient and tougher. Public safety power shutoff continues, as I mentioned, to be our tool of last resort. Again, this slide just talks about the stopgap, how we assess if public safety power shutoff may be necessary. One of the things that we have put out in the last month or so is a planning map that shows all of the areas that are served by Tier 2 or Tier 3 circuits. That is a distribution circuit that runs through Tier 2 or Tier 3 or is in Tier 2 or Tier 3. So the orange shading within your county is the footprint of areas that would be impacted if everything needed to be turned off because of a public safety power shutoff.
Supervisor Haschek has a question or statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back 2 slides, let's see where you say there are 140 total automated reclosing devices. So in a perfect world, to make Mendocino County totally safe, how many would you need?
So I don't know that I have that number. The reclosing devices allow us to sectionalize the system to close it down. So what allows us to do is shrink the footprint of a PSPS event, for example, if it's high winds. These devices don't prevent an ignition if the line that they are on is knocked over by a tree or something, right? So these are system control devices that help us minimize the footprint of a PSPS event. They're not spark protection devices. So the number that we would install in York County would be to reduce to the maximum extent possible the number of people who might be impacted, but they wouldn't by themselves make the system safe per se.
So are they all operational?
These 140 are, yes.
Okay, but you don't know if that means 50% of our county is in that system or 5%.
Yeah, so there is at least one reclosing device on every circuit in your county, right? The more the better for being able to sectionalize the system. But no, I don't have a way to communicate like how dispersed they are within the system.
Thank you.
Okay. So PSPS planning map is available on our website. The website's there. This can be downloaded in a GIS format or a shape file format if you would like to overlay it with other tools that you have for planning purposes or to understand where precisely these borders are. But again, this is the worst case scenario from a distribution PSPS event perspective. If all of the high fire threat areas in Mendocino County were impacted and we had to take a PSPS event, all the orange shading areas would be the ones that had their power de-energized. Yeah, in a distribution event or what we call sub-transmission, low-level transmission. So these are the areas most likely to be impacted. But again, if the transmission system, the bulk electric transmission system were impacted, then anyone in your county or anywhere in our service territory could potentially be impacted. And we talked about that last time and how that is challenging to plan for, and so wanted to provide some context for that. The black lines on this graphic are a coarse approximation for where the transmission lines enter your county. So where the bulk electricity comes from into Mendocino County. As you can see, there's 2 lines from the south, one from the north and one from the east. But all of them, all 3 angles, cross Tier 2 and Tier 3 areas. And so if the weather conditions were such that we needed to de-energize those transmission lines, if we just needed to de-energize one, if Lake County had the weather condition, we would still likely be able to serve your county from the north and the south, right? But if Lake and Sonoma County had elevated weather conditions, then we would only have the north line to serve your community, your county. And so that may put the system at risk in terms of having enough supply to serve Mendocino County. So this is why this transmission grid and the fact that they cross the Tier 2, Tier 3 areas is the reason that we emphasize that everyone needs to be potentially prepared, because even if you don't live in a high fire threat area, it could impact you. Did that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay, good. We talked about notifications last time. So we have the timing chart on the left. Our notifications where the weather pattern is identifiable in advance. We anticipate beginning at 48 hours. There's much discussion last time about this box on the right, city county agency notifications. I want to be really clear about what that means. So we have a list, we call it our Send Word Now list. That is the system that we use to notify at roughly the same time all of the community agencies that we have enrolled, have signed up, have gotten contact information for the initial notification. So through that Send Word Now system, we'll send automated phone calls, text messages, or emails immediately once we press the button to say we need to notify this area. And those notifications go to multiple people. So in Mendocino County, there are multiple phone numbers, people, offices that are on that robocall, automated text or phone number message that immediately go out. So that's the first notification. Once we have pressed that button, we notify teams within PG&E's incident command structure to begin outreach to communities that are impacted to make sure that they understand and to begin the coordination effort. So our public safety specialist, PG&E public safety specialist, will begin reaching out to the emergency services and fire departments within the impacted areas. Our public affairs team, including Allison, will begin reaching out to the municipal government contacts, etc. So automated contact first, immediately thereafter, phone calls and engagement begin between our staff and your staff to make sure that everybody understands and is clear on what the follow-ups will be, including the twice daily operational calls we host and things of that nature. Yes. Oh, okay. And so once we've notified cities and counties or other agencies, then we begin notifying customers, again, calls, texts, and emails, and we will be using social media, local news, and others. There's been some concern in the past, very legitimate concern, that those notifications go to PG&E customers. So people who have a PG&E account can put their contact information in. We use that contact information to notify them. But if you are not a PG&E customer, if you're a renter or if you're in a mobile home, for example, mobile home park behind a master meter, then you wouldn't be directly contacted by PG&E. We are rolling out in early September a tool that allows people to self-enroll in notifications by zip code. So if you want to get notifications for your zip code, most likely if you're not a PG&E customer, you will be able to enroll in that service beginning in September so that you can be notified directly, and then you can go to our website or go to the other tools to get information about the exact footprint of that impact. So we've heard that feedback, and we are creating tools to allow people to get the notifications that they want, even if they're not a PG&E customer. We've talked about, I think we briefly talked about this last time. This is always something that we are very concerned about. I know you are as well, medical baseline outreach. We contact medical baseline customers multiple times. So again, medical baseline means customers who've enrolled with PG&E, that they have medical needs that rely on electric service. And there's some qualifications for that, but those are the people who have notified us essentially that they're in that condition. We are looking for positive contact from those people. So we text message or phone call, and we ask them to opt in, that they have understood and that they are aware. And if it's no, we don't hear from them, we will ultimately roll a truck to their location to knock on the door and make sure that they're aware of the imminent PSPS event that may be planned.
We have 2 questions. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, correction, you don't make multiple contacts. You attempt multiple contacts. There's nothing there that says you ultimately do contact, because the last step is to leave a door hanger for someone who might not actually make it to their front door because of their condition. So
yeah,
there's still a concern that people are not getting direct contact. They won't know what's going on when the power goes out.
Yeah, fair point. Yes, I may have misstated that. So we will make every attempt in terms of multiple electronic attempts through phone and text or email if they have it, and then a knock on the door. And yes, if they don't respond to the knock on the door, we will leave a door hanger. And those are the multiple steps we'll take.
Supervisor.
So I had a question along the same lines. These are medical baseline customers. So these are people who have known medical problems. They've signed up to let PG&E know. And so say it's someone who's on a home oxygen concentrator.
Mm-hmm.
They lose electricity. They're down on the floor. And there's calls, they can't get to the phone. There's a PG&E rep who comes to the door, can't get there. You leave a door hanger. What happens next?
So to be clear, this notification is all in the lead up to a PSPS event, right? So the time when people still have power before a PSPS event is actually going to occur, right? So in that 48 to 24 hours before is a critical time for people to take appropriate action, because you're right, once the power goes out, options may be limited compared to when the power was on. So all of this happens before the power goes out.
But you're not actually making contact necessarily.
We're making every attempt.
Yeah. Is there a next step that's not on this slide if you can't make contact? I mean, these are people who enrolled, they have a medical condition. A lot of people with medical conditions can't necessarily come to the door. And this door hanger, I don't think, secures their situation. They still don't have awareness of what's to come. Is there a follow-up?
No. This is every attempt that PG&E is making to outreach to these
To
customers.
people who have signed up saying that they are medical customers and they have special needs.
That range from having a CPAP machine to various other needs. Yes.
Is it possible to augment this? I could think maybe leave a note, and if they don't respond, come back the next day with another attempt. There's got to be another step other than here's a door hanger, we're good to go.
We're open to thinking about that. I mean, if the door hanger the first day didn't make contact, we'd want to think about
I think
how to
what we
be effective.
want here is we want to make sure that there's positive contact. I don't care how you get there.
We do too.
But before you can call it confirmed, we need human-to-human contact. And so whether that means driving out 6 hours later or whatever it takes, because otherwise we have people in rural areas that are helpless. And these are some of the most vulnerable people at all. They have medical conditions. And a door hanger doesn't really secure their well-being during the PSPS, especially if it's 5 days long and they're on oxygen.
I understand. We're open to ideas.
So the idea is we want to correct this slide. We want another step, which involves repeated visits to the site, each time stepping it up a little. I mean, maybe at a certain point you have to do a forcible entry. But you can't just leave somebody who can't make it to the door in a vulnerable position.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing, I think that anyone has an option for third-party notification. So maybe as part of your outreach, you could update specifically with medical baseline customers. Would they like to designate a third-party contact, which would give you another potential avenue to get the word to these individuals?
Brilliant.
Yeah, that is a good point. We have communicated that option on your PG&E account. You can list multiple phone numbers, multiple people, which it could include a child or a caregiver, for example, and they would get notified just like the homeowner would get notified.
Well, correct, but that standard option just gets lost in the billing statement, and I'm suggesting a specific targeted outreach.
Right. Understood. That's a good idea.
Go forward, please.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that was the medical baseline. Once the power comes on, we talked about this last time. Once the power is de-energized, we talked about this last time, the steps that it takes to restore power. So happy to answer questions if there are any, but we can move forward. Number of questions about backup generation. PG&E has a number of resources around backup generation. We know it's really important that people operate them appropriately and safely for their own home safety and personal safety, as well as other interactions. At the bottom of the page, we mentioned air quality regulations are a factor in some communities, depending on your air quality board, et cetera. So we really encourage people to do their research. We have our website that aggregates that research, aggregates that information, allows people to see what the options might be, and then links them to a marketplace where they can consider options, as well as financing options and things of that nature to consider if this is the right choice for them. We're not advocating. We don't think that backup generation is the right choice for all or most of our customers, but if they are interested in pursuing it, we want them to do it and do it safely.
Could you clarify why do you believe it's not a solution for your customers to have backup generators?
I said all our customers, right? We don't think that it's necessary for every single one of our customers.
What should those customers who shouldn't have backup generators, what should they do?
So the last two public safety power shutoffs we executed lasted less than 24 hours.
Yeah.
It may not be necessary. It's not necessary for my family to have backup generation for 24 to 48 hours. So I am not planning to get a backup generator at my home. That's what's appropriate for my family. That may not be appropriate for another family. So
but
that
that's
was the
you
intention of my
said 2
plan.
days, and my understanding was this could last 5 days potentially while the lines are inspected. I mean, that's a lot of food, in a family refrigerator and freezer. It's a hardship.
Yes, there are various hardships to consider. We say that they could last longer than 48 hours. We haven't indicated 5 days.
What's the maximum we should plan for?
There is no maximum that we can definitively give anyone.
I thought last time you were here you told us 5 days.
I did not.
No? Okay. So we need a number though, because we're trying to educate the public, and the public asks us, and we're just local government. They ask, how long could this persist? I need a number from you. If it's not 5 days, is it 4 days, 6 days?
The issue is not me, it's the weather. So how long could a high wind, an inland high wind event last?
I don't know, you tell me. Based on the projections and this forecasting that PG&E is involved in, I mean, you have meteorologists involved in this, right?
Yes. And that's
what are
why
the
we
projections?
say, and that's why we say 48 hours is on the long side.
So 2 days is all we have to plan for?
2 days is, historically speaking, on the longer end of what we have seen in the weather patterns.
So from the time it's turned off to the time it's back on, we shouldn't anticipate more than 48 hours.
We would like people to be prepared for longer if necessary.
How much longer? That's really what I'm getting at, is I want a number.
I hear you. It's weather.
Can you give us,
days in a row can it
your
rain?
guess is better than mine. How many days?
It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like you have an answer you're looking for. But
I'm just looking for a number.
I know you are, but like Matt said, we cannot predict a weather event sometime in this fall.
You can't predict, but can you forecast?
We have forecasted that it could last longer than 48 hours, up to multiple days, and that is why we're encouraging our customers to prepare.
5 days
for
is a
multiple
conservative
days.
estimate to keep the public safe.
Well, I would not use those words. You seem as though you would like to.
I'm asking you to give us a number. We need to put out information to our community, 88,000 people, and they want to know how long they need to plan for. And if it's 5 days, we'll go with 5 days.
And
If
if
it's
there's-
not, correct it. This is the opportunity to give us some insight into how long they may be out.
5 days is on the very conservative end. So, yes.
Okay.
48 hours is in the vicinity of a one standard deviation high of the length that we have seen historically.
Is it fair to say we should hope for 48 hours, but plan for 5 days?
That's a reasonable statement.
Thank you.
48 hours is reasonable to expect, and longer could happen, 5 days being up on the tail.
Okay.
Supervisor Haschek?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just going along with what Supervisor Williams said, I do remember you saying 5 days last time, and I think that's been put out there quite a bit. But when we look up there and see what it says we expect to be able to visually inspect the system for damage and restore power to most of our customers within 24 to 48 hours after extreme weather has passed. So what you're saying is after the event has passed, and the event could last 1, 2, 3 days, right? Depending on the weather, then you have to wait another up to 2 days. So it's not unreasonable at all to say we're talking 5 days, right? The minimum, if it happened like that, and then the thing's over, but you did a power shutoff, it would take 2 days, up to 2 days, to get it back online.
Yes,
right?
that's accurate.
So the very minimum would be 1 to 2 days if it was an instantaneous event.
Yes. Now, to be clear, we've done this 3 times. None of them lasted longer than, I think the longest lasted 30 hours, right? But what you've stated is accurate. We want people to be prepared that once the power is out, we have to wait for the weather to clear. Historically, the weather has lasted less than 1 day, 12-hour wind events, 18-hour wind events, that kind of thing. But anything is possible. The weather continues to change in Northern California. So however long the weather lasts, plus the 24 to 48 hours for us to restore and repair our lines, or inspect and repair our lines, you have it accurate. So we talked about backup generation, community resource centers, another important item. So where we execute a PSPS event, we will be looking to open up community resource centers. These will provide basic power needs to charge small equipment, provide air conditioning, water, restrooms, etc. They will be open during daylight business hours, and the locations will be posted on our website concurrent with the announcements related to a PSPS event. We are working on our plan for where these would be located. We have a site in Ukiah that is turnkey, ready to go if necessary, and other locations that we continue to develop for these. For the 2019 wildfire season, these locations will be outdoor parking lot type tent arrangements like the one seen here, which is a picture from our Oroville site that we set up in June. In the future, we will be looking to partner with cities and communities about indoor facilities that may make sense and may be a fit. Given the timelines for the 2019 wildfire season, this parking lot tent turnkey solution is the most expedient.
Hang on, Matt. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you. So these parking lot centers really look inviting. Can you identify the location in Ukiah that you've made arrangements for? Would that be the conference center or where?
So no, our practice is not to identify specific locations in advance of a PSPS event, because we don't want people, and we've benchmarked this with FEMA, with Cal OES at the state level, et cetera. It's not a best practice to give people locations of potential resource centers or cooling centers, because you may or may not activate all of them when an event comes. And you don't want people prescriptively driving to a place that they heard may be activated that isn't actually activated. So when an event comes, we will make that information available once we've made the determination of exactly which locations will be stood up. But we're not providing addresses or anything like that in advance.
Well, it sounds a little haphazard if, part of the intent is to have people prepared in advance, and then you tell them they have to wait to the last minute to find out what resources are available.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, so on this point, I just wanted to circle back to a point I brought up at the last meeting, and I realize you're not identifying it in advance, but I just want to repeat that I do hope that you speak with the city of Fort Bragg. As we saw with the October 2017 fires, there were people from inland who had to evacuate and came over to the coast. Quite a few people, actually. The hotels all filled up. People were staying with friends and family, and so it'd be really great if there, because the power could be shut off on the coast as well, if there was a backup space where people could charge their cell phones and just, get in touch with, with the greater world for an hour at a time if necessary.
Yep, yes. So that is the purpose of these community resource centers, is kind of what you mentioned. We are looking at locations throughout Mendocino County, including the coast, the areas that are in the Tier 2, Tier 3, or adjacent to them. So I don't believe we've settled on a location in Fort Bragg, but we have considered locations throughout the county.
Okay, Supervisor.
How many of these community resource centers would you plan to open if our entire county were out?
I'm not sure. We would be, if the whole county was out, we would likely try to stand up multiple of these in your county.
And so I have a concern, as my colleagues have expressed, that if we don't let people know where these are, at the time of a power outage, they don't have the internet necessarily. We have people in areas without cell coverage. How do they know where to begin driving and realize some may be coming from great distances? Someone in Laytonville or Covelo looking for access to charge their phone and to cool. How do they know to drive to Ukiah?
Yeah, so again, in that time where the power is on, but the PSPS event has not yet begun, is when we would announce the location of these, and primarily through our website, but we would be releasing press releases. In the press release that goes with it, which is available for local media, et cetera, it includes where the CRCs are anticipated.
Will these have restrooms?
Yes.
Okay. And so, I picture, say, the Ukiah Valley Conference Center, there's not a lot of parking. And so as you pull outlying communities all into Ukiah, parking will be a mess. Will pg&e be out there coordinating that or shuttling, or how does the car situation fit in with these centers?
So we've selected locations that we believe have adequate parking for the scope that we're anticipating. We will have security on site, which can include managing parking as necessary. But Yes. To be clear, these are not evacuation centers, right? These are not places we anticipate that people need to stay for extended periods of time.
But you are anticipating thousands of people showing up.
In the Butte County situation where public safety power shut off, less than 100 people showed up.
Is that what you're planning for here? Less than 100 people in a tent?
These are generally sized for about 100 people at a time, yes.
What's the population of Ukiah, just the city or your district?
16,500 within the city limits.
So you got 16,000
And
just in the
outside-
city. I would think more than 100 would.
There's probably 35,000 in Ukiah Valley.
Yeah, I don't know if those numbers work.
So, okay, please go forward.
And lastly, Resilient Communities Grant Program. I believe you're already aware of this. Wanted to make sure to put it on your radar. The due date is coming relatively soon, a week and a half. But PG&E is sponsoring a grant program to help communities build capacity to reduce wildfire risk. And those communities that are in elevated or extreme wildfire risk areas, which includes much of Mendocino County, will be given priority in this process. So if the county at large or a community within it is interested, pge.com/resilience grants has more information, including how to apply.
So all our fire safe councils working in the different neighborhoods throughout the county could apply?
They could apply. We also have a Fire Safe Council grant program. Now that's complete for 2019. We do that in the spring usually, where we ask Fire Safe Councils to provide proposals for those kind of activities, fuel reduction, brush trimming, et cetera. And we gave $2 million through that program this year. I'm not sure how much, if any, went to Mendocino County Fire Safe Councils. But so Fire Safe Councils kind of have a separate track, but they could apply to this as well, because that is a kind of wildfire resilience activity.
Okay, well, we just have lots of groups forming to organize themselves, and I call them fire safe councils. And they're probably not nonprofits, but this program would probably work for some of them that are doing this work in the neighborhoods.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
I'm not sure just exactly where you are in your presentation. I'd like to
Pretty
go
much
to
done.
public comment, but I'll let you conclude here.
Go ahead.
Okay.
The Board of Supervisors wrote you a letter requesting $126,000 of reimbursement for the costs for, as you saw when you came in, the generators that are around the building, infrastructure that we need to do, and rental of these generators, all the costs that just to maintain the administrative center in a functioning capacity. So is that being considered? Is there a grant for that?
Right. So that would fall into the same grant program, the Resilient Community Grant Program, about how your community is trying to maintain continuity, resiliency during a wildfire. Outside of that grant program, no, that's not part of our program to reimburse for those kinds of costs beyond the grant programs like this.
Okay.
I just have one brief question. The CPUC was here recently, and I asked them similar. We're trying to do some planning and kind of look ahead at what situations that might arise. I'm curious, given that Pacific Gas and Electric has been held responsible for the fires of past years from energized lines, if you have de-energized lines causing property loss, fires, loss to human life, do you think PG&E should be held accountable for those as well?
If a de-energized
Yeah,
line...
as part of this program, you shut the lines off and something tragic happens. Should PG&E be responsible for that?
I don't think I understand what tragic would happen from the power being turned off.
Well, we've talked
on our
about
line.
shutting off electricity to this county means generators will be run. And in a dangerous time when PG&E doesn't want its own lines on, we have these gas generators just purring along up against dry grass. Say there's a fire. Do you think PG&E should be responsible for that outcome because it's your de-energized lines are the proximate cause of the fire that started?
I don't personally, but I don't think that's for me to judge.
Yeah, but it's helpful because I think this is a situation we could be in a year out that we may be looking at. We've had we've had property loss, or we've had loss of life or a great bodily injury as a result. Where do we go? We're asking PG&E for help. We're asking the CPUC. So far, we get pointed at grant programs and slideshows and such. And I'm really worried about our vulnerable population. And I don't mean to give you a hard time. I know you're in the hot seat. I don't envy you. But so far, we haven't heard an answer to date of how we can prepare. We don't have the funds to adequately prepare. And when something happens, we're going to be asking, where do we go from here? Who's responsible? And it can't be local government. So what would you recommend?
I am not focused on the question of who's responsible for another fire. I'm focused on how do we prevent another fire, and how do we all do that together? Because the ground has shifted underneath us in terms of the wildfire risk.
Climate has changed, but we also have PG&E. I mean, you're showing 2,334 miles and through some tier 3 high hazard zones, and yet there's less than a mile of hardening. And I understand it's only 150 miles ever in PG&E's entire territory. We're not getting much of it. Well, could we get more of it? Could we at least have a plan that those areas in red that are the highest zone for risk are going to be hardened in this coming year? Because otherwise, the way we're looking at it is we have citizens that are vulnerable, and now they're going to have their power shut off. If they have a small generator fire, they don't have well water to run it, to extinguish. That's not a good situation for us. And I'm just pleading with you to ask your company to step up and try to be a partner here and help us. And it's very vague answers that we don't know how many shelters, we don't know where they'll be, 100 capacity, parking is vague. It's not a lot to work with.
I appreciate your concern from that perspective. I share your focus on keeping the community safe and preventing wildfires. I understand where you're coming from, and I equally appreciate the challenge that this presents to you all. I don't think it's the right solution, and I don't think you think it's the right solution for us to keep our lines on in any condition, right? There's been direct guidance from the state at multiple levels that we should have this program, that this needs to be a tool of last resort.
Understood, but risk is hazard offset by mitigation. And what you're saying is there's an increased risk because the hazard has grown, the climate has changed, infrastructure has not been maintained in an investor-owned utility, and it hasn't been balanced by an offset for mitigation. We're very weak on mitigation here. Mitigation would come in hardening lines, doing more clearing than 4 feet around the lines, working with local government to establish shelters that are fixed, that are known, that are well advertised, that have flush toilets, right? There's a lot of mitigation that could be done to protect the community. I'm not holding PG&E responsible for climate change and that we have fire behavior that we've never seen. But I do believe there's room for mitigation, and a slide, I appreciate this slideshow. It's better than the first one. It seems to apply to our county somewhat. But it's really not enough. This is like the utility putting out the absolute minimum in cost. I'm over time, but I appreciate you coming here.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it is a tough assignment, and thank you for joining us. So the hardening, would I be right to think that applies to the distribution lines rather than transmission?
Mm-hmm.
So 1,980 miles of transmission in the county, 25,000 in the service area?
Those the numbers you quote are mostly distribution.
Huh?
But you can continue.
So distribution, 1,980 in the county, 25,000 in the service area?
Yeah, so it's total distribution lines. We have 81,000 actually. That's the number in blue at the top. The tier 2 and tier 3 miles, right? You have a combined approximately 1,400 miles of distribution lines in tier 2 and tier 3, the 140 plus the 1,250. And across our system, we have about 25,000 miles in those categories, tier 2 and tier 3.
Okay.
That's where we're focused on our system hardening and vegetation management activities.
So we got 1 mile out of 1,400.
Yes.
It doesn't seem like spreading the 150 over the 25,000, we're getting our proportionate share or anywhere near it.
I haven't run the numbers, but I think it's close. So it's 1 divided by 150 out of 1,400 divided by 25,000.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting a proportionate share, but it's minimal anyway across the system. And my big beef, which I'll repeat just because I guess I love saying it, the irresponsible part of all this, if public safety was the intent, is the fact we're all scrambling. Every city, every county, every special district, business, and homeowner is scrambling to figure out how they respond to this artificially induced crisis that is being imposed by pg&e. And if public safety were the intent, there would have been a template rolled out at the same time the program was rolled out. And we don't need to debate it. It's just so obvious to me. We heard a report from one fire chief that he was concerned you could have 4 fires caused by the PSPS that is intended to prevent one. So, you know, it's shifting all the responsibility to the local entities. That's the main objection.
I understand what you're saying. I don't think it would be prudent for us not to do this activity, for us not to de-energize lines when the wind is high, for example, because we don't.
But it's not responsible to inadequately mitigate the risk of fires caused by the PSPS. One more brief comment on the outage maps. Are what we see here today, one of our attachments, are those the outage maps?
This would be the impacted area, yes, the outage map, if the whole county were impacted.
Almost like having no map at all. I thought there were actual maps that would more clearly define if weather conditions exist in this area that may not be in Mendocino County. Mendocino County will be affected too. So what are we tied to that would trigger the outage?
Those scenarios are very complicated. We could discuss walking through a few of those, but this is if Mendocino County has the weather, these are the distribution circuits that would be de-energized in general. And yes, it's a big footprint that it's not likely that the whole county would be equally impacted, but it depends on the weather pattern.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to go to public comment. Anyone for public comment, please come forward, sir. State your name for the record, and know you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm Arthur Jewell. I'm a grand juror, but this is private from my personal. I've been a ham radio operator, and you've got to get communications because when you have fires, no power, you have no telephone, no lines going down. So you have to rely on your ham. You guys should be contacting the ham people. Because we have a communication every Tuesday night. We go up and down the coast and talk to people. And so you should start talking to ham people, and that will help you a lot because we know our neighbors, we can knock on their door, we can tell them what's going on. Because there's no telephones, there's no cell phones when you have a fire. And we've gone through this before. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Jewell. Anyone else? State your name for the record, sir.
Hi, Mark Green. I had not planned on talking about this, but it's a little personal. I was formerly of Tomkai. I lost my house out there in the Redwood Valley fire. You keep talking about how generators aren't the way to go and you wouldn't recommend it, but you guys are such experts on generators. It's 2020. You guys have, what, 60+ billion in assets right now. Why aren't you guys doing more battery backup, small backup power sources in communities to power those communities when these happen? We're talking about community care centers that hold 100 people at a time, and we're putting all this money and energy into when we cut power. Why don't we figure out how not to cut power? You don't have to cut every line in the whole area when there's a fire or a windstorm 50 miles away. You guys can create power in our towns and backup power in our towns, not off grant money, because these guys have generators here that you're not even paying for. Like, we need to create power always, and there's ways to do it, not these silly plans of knocking the power out.
Thank you. Let's see, don't forget the time. Anyone else? Seeing no one, it's back to the board. Board members. Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, when I go to fire department meetings and they're saying, like Supervisor McCowan said, that there's like up to 4 times the risk of fires that will happen because of this event. I don't understand how the PSPS can be beneficial to the community. So I just want you to take that back and really, assuage the fears of the fire department chiefs, because they're the ones who are saying this.
Okay, I'd like to thank PG&E for coming back today. I really appreciate it. As you can see, we still have a lot of concerns, and it's valid, I'm sure, in many of the communities. I think you're probably hearing this throughout your entire customer areas. So let us all work together. We have to. This is being forced upon communities, local government, and we're having a tough time dealing with it.
Yes, we understand. It is a tough challenge for all of us across the state. So we appreciate your engagement on it, your thoughts on it, and efforts to plan for your own community.
In closing, can you give us any advice on where to go from here? Because I feel like we've exhausted PG&E, we've exhausted the CPUC. We're not prepared. What do we do?
I think that you know as much as anyone else does in the whole state.
Well, that's frightening.
Such is the
Indeed.
nature, such is the nature of the changing conditions that we all face. I mean, the CPUC has had multiple engagements to get to the bottom of this as much as we can. The state has weighed in a number of forums. So, 2 days, everyone should be prepared for 2 days. It could last longer than that. And there are some difficult decisions to be made about which locations, which facilities we can keep energized during that time and not.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
So we interrupted an agenda item, but I think our clerk needs a break. We've been going well over the 2 hours that labor law allows us. So there will be a 10-minute break. As soon as we get back, we're going to public comment on item 6F. My button wasn't on. Thank you all for being so patient today with all these items. So we are on 6F, discussion and possible action, including direction to staff to develop cannabis enterprise zone plan. We are at the point of public comment, so we're going to begin, and know that you all will need to introduce yourself into the record with your name, and you'll have 3 minutes. Mark Green. And Mark will be followed by Adam Shoemaker.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Mark Green, CEO, owner of Green Brothers Incorporated, local Mendocino grower. We have a business that our brand name is called Pharmacy Factory. We put it out across the state. We have a 10,000 square foot operation as of right now. Little bit of background. My brother, also owner, will go into a little bit more detail about the business, but just our background. We've had basically a continuous business in this county with my family for just over 100 years. My great-grandfather built the Habitat building downtown, the brick building. 55, my grandfather started the Cleaners and Willets. My father and mother both graduated sorry, I'm nervous when I talk. My mother and father both graduated Willets High School, late 60s. He opened a photography studio here in town. We came in about 2008. We grew up in Lake Tahoe, but my grandfather still had the Cleaners here. We moved here and we started cultivating back then, but we also had a product development business. Being that our family has been here for so long, we have an extreme invested interest in branding Mendocino County for what we do. Being a 10,000 square foot grow, I've heard all different sides of, is that profitable, is that not profitable? We take 10,000 square feet and we turn it into every possible product imaginable. So we turn it in from flowers, concentrates, we do edibles, we have what's called cartridges. We take that 10,000 square feet and put it into every single product we can, and we are out competing against companies like Raw Gardens, companies like Select Extracts, and these companies are multi-million-dollar companies, some of them even getting billions of dollars invested into them. So off of 10,000 square feet, for us to compete against these large conglomerates is nearly impossible, because I can't make my cost of goods low enough in order to compete with them and what they can make it at, because just economies of scale, and you'll learn more about that from some other of my friends. So I just wanted to say it's imperative for us to be able to grow to at least an acre, maybe 4 acres. 10 acres is new. I haven't heard about that until recently. That seems like it's, we got to be very careful about these enterprise zones. We all own land. We all own properties. We have 200 acres up north that I can grow 10,000 square feet on. I have to be able to grow at least an acre. How about maybe 5 acres on 200 acres of my property? But I can't all of a sudden go invest in an enterprise zone to where now I'm in control of whoever's coming in with these $100,000 10-acre permits. Now I have to all of a sudden be in a co-op with all these people. Nobody grows the same. Nobody has the same practices. If you're on this level of grow, you want to continue and produce your product at this level, it's impossible to do it right now at 10,000 square feet and compete. Thank you.
Adam, followed by James of Flocana.
Adam Shoemaker, inventory control, formulations, and allocations for Canacraft. Basically, sourcing good material, quality material has always been a problem for us during this time, and also in years past. Being able to increase the amount of available quality product will bring more jobs, bring more tax money to the area. I live here in Ukiah. I drive to Canacraft for the past 3.5 years for work, and my job is sourcing and finding the best material I can to formulate with. Being able to have grows up here in Mendocino County will increase the amount of tax revenue, bring new jobs to the area, and then also have a quality product for all our patients. One story of a lady, it's actually the wife of a guy who works at an oil stop in Roder Park. I brought him some 1-to-1 pain cream for his wife that's in debilitating shoulder pain and also in her hand. Since she was using that product, her quality of life has come back. She doesn't have to use painkillers. She's able to interact with her kids. I need quality material to make quality products. Increasing these zones can help me bring that to the people. So thank you.
Thank you, James. And James will be followed by Aaron Green.
Thank you very much, Board. My name is James Clyer. I'm the Regional Policy Manager for Flocana. I'd like to start by saluting Supervisors Williams and Jurdy for chairing and taking the initiative to kick off the Cannabis Economic Development Ad Hoc and really look at and consider not just our needs today, but look down the road and consider how to support the success of the county's cannabis licensees for the next 5 and 10 years as well. Flocana got the chance to participate actively with the ad hoc committee process over the past few months and really appreciate how the committee was able to capture and take feedback from the sort of broad array of business challenges presented by that group and identified by the participants, and take that not only as their only focus, but also to generate sustainable revenue for the county, not just to fix a shortfall right now, but also to how to look to keep that revenue source sustainable and growing for the future as well. We think at Flocana that the proposal to launch these enterprise zones is a novel adaptation of a well-used government resource to this new situation we're facing as an industry and as a newly legal product, but also think that it is worth exploring in tandem both with the county and with the industry's resources, and that cooperatively is the best way forward. And looking forward to this cooperative process together, Flocana wanted to bring basically 3 main principles to that participation and cooperation, and are actually very, very excited to have heard, I believe all 3 of them already mentioned by Supervisors Supervisors Williams and Jurdy when they were discussing the program initially. But first, we think that the first concern should be to do no damage to the existing industry and cultivators. The current state of the cannabis industry, should be a first do no harm sort of principle. And we think that we can tie that into, with the understanding that these will be a limited resource or a necessarily limited opportunity, that there should be a way for everybody to still win, that the benefits should be able to accrue to the majority of existing licensees, even if they can't all get a zone themselves. And we think that has been touched on by the opportunity or one potential opportunity would be to fund an EIR for the entire county and the rest of the cultivation community as well. And we think that the third principle we'd like to bring to that collaboration would be that the core principle that we see here tied into that the larger can support the smaller is a very meritorious idea, and that we think that this can help diversify the reach of the program success beyond just those 10 or potentially however many participants are directly involved. So that bringing the win to the entire county is something we really can do with this process and should continue to be the focus going forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. And Aaron will be followed by Joanna Cedar.
Hello, my name is Aaron Green. You heard from my brother a minute ago. I just want to say real simply, we are 100% in support in giving us more canopy. We are not in support of selecting who gets that canopy or how that canopy goes out. If we want a successful cannabis program in this county, let all the cultivators in this county have the ability to expand. 10,000 square feet is a cottage grow. I know you guys don't consider it, but for us to compete with the rest of the state, 10,000 square feet is a very difficult thing. Competing and actively carrying on the higher echelon of what comes out of this county, when I go to sell my product and I go to a larger business that can actually have the fund to buy that product, and we engage with them, as we're engaging with them, as they realize that I can only supply them with 10,000 square feet of canopy, it doesn't matter how good my product is coming out of this county, I can't produce enough product to get them to stay engaged with me because I'm not a big enough piece of pie to supply them. And so we have to actively engage all the growers in this county and let all of us grab more canopy so that we can try to bring this cannabis, bring the revenue that you guys need to be generating to support what we're doing to an active ground. Like, we can't do that. We can't give you guys the tax revenue that you guys need to support the program that we need at 10,000 square feet. It is extremely difficult because as you go out and you're trying to white label your product, if you have not built a brand yet and you're trying to sell that product out, when that person who is impressed by what we're able to produce out of this county with what our reputation has always been that we can produce out of this county, you're not a big enough slice of the pie to make a difference. So they go automatically down, they'll buy lesser grade product because they are big enough and can supply enough product to actually support the entity that is feeding the cash flow to this county. The only way to fix that is give all the growers the ability to scale up. Thank you.
Joanna Cedar, followed by Dennis Hunter.
Good afternoon, Joanna Cedar here. The one thing that's been clear in this transition in the Mendocino cannabis sector into a regulatory framework is that the industry has changed, and we don't have the industry we had. We have the industry that we are hoping to have in the future. We have to think about it in that manner. Unfortunately, we're not really operating in a free market where business is success or failure, for that matter, is determined by market forces. But we do have a significant market access problem that's been thrust upon us by the federal government, and there's not a whole lot that we can do about that. But for Mendocino County to continue being a leader and a world-renowned cultivation region, what needs to be considered is what the industry is going to look like when federal prohibition falls, and it will. And what I envision is that there are going to be large farms, and their commoditized output in the form of oil is going to be is going to be put in quasi-pharmaceutical products and sold everywhere. And that's going to create thousands of jobs in Mendocino County. But that cannot happen and should not happen unless there are also thousands of small farmers organized into cooperatives, that they're supported by appellations designations, and they're producing a product that is completely different. But because cannabis grows so well here, we must and can have both. And I envision a situation in which those large producers are going to be shouldering some of the burden of supporting some of those programmatic details that are going to be necessary for those small craft cultivators to be successful. So how do we get there? And the first step is to really study the options. So I think that this is an important first idea to float and develop an understanding of what it would look like to see what this industry is going to be 10 years from now, 15 years from now, and plan for that rather than pretend that it's not going to happen. I don't want the burden of an EIR to be placed on taxpayers or upon small farmers. And if we have an opportunity to shift that away and create jobs in the process, I think it's a win for everybody in Sonoma County. Supervisor Williams, you said earlier that risk is hazard offset by mitigation. And I think in Mendocino County, the risk is really to the small farmers, and the mitigation is trying to find solutions with regard to a programmatic EIR and with regard to increasing the canopy size for certain growers so that everyone can have a successful program. Thank you.
Dennis, and Dennis will be followed by Mike Musquini.
Thank you for having me. My name is Dennis Hunter. I'm the founder of CannaCraft. We're probably one of the larger cannabis companies in California. I started out here right in Mendocino County, still our family farms here in Willits. We employ over 250 employees. We have probably 15 or 20 employees here in Mendocino County with our dispensary in Hopla and Emerald Farms. With Emerald Farms, we really were promoting legalization and really supporting small farmers. We are a larger company and have a demand for our products all over the state. And we have one of the biggest challenges that we face is actually getting material for our products. And we used to get and source most of our material here in Mendocino County and Humboldt County and Sonoma County. And since regulations have hit, we have no ability to source anywhere near the amount of material we need here locally. And so we're getting Santa Barbara, Monterey, all sorts of other counties that have allowed larger cultivations. And so I really want to support this economic opportunity zone and allow us to come and actually cultivate here and actually supply. When we look at it, we use about 220,000 pounds a year to actually supply our products. And right now, we're doing most of that in other areas. And I'd love to see that economic impact come back to Northern California here to Mendocino County. I would love to be in more control of our supply for our products and be able to do that and create jobs here in Mendocino County. When we look at what a 10-acre farm would look like, it would be, 80 probably full-time employees, another 80 part-time employees. These would be, in the top 30 or 40 employers in the county. And when you start looking at that, the county needs it. I've seen the impact over the last couple of years in the county and what it's done by having that restrictive economics of cannabis here. And so I just hope you guys will look at this and actually explore what this can really do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike? And then Mike will be followed by Micah Anderson.
I just want to thank the board and thank everybody who came to say this. Everybody talks about small farmers, big farmers, corporate guys. I've been doing this for myself for about 3 years with my girlfriend, and I have 2 helpers on my farm. I have a 10,000 square foot permit, and I'm personally asking to grow an acre or more on my personal farm. The small farmers are disappearing crazily. There's probably 10% of us left. When I go to the grocery store, everybody comes, like the managers all come into the shop to talk to me because there's nobody that shops in their store anymore. Like the growers are leaving because they can't afford to be in it anymore. And I feel like I'm one of my only friends that actually has a successful farm right now because I've grown food for so long that I can actually grow it cost effectively. I'm one of the people who's saying I'm a small farmer, but I really want to step to an acre or more. I don't have any corporate funding. I don't have anything. The only thing that's really helped me along the way is like Kelly's company, Boxcar, Flacana. Like they're helping us out and they're moving our product to where we can do commercial scale successfully with local business, like with local people to help us. The cannabis 10-acre zones are interesting, but I think a lot of people into one area is kind of breeding more problems or make it harder. But if we could go to an acre or 4 acres on personal farm, I have a 14-acre farm with 10 acres of farmland. We grow over an acre of corn already. Like we could completely do it if we were allowed to. Let us know what it costs, the EIR, $10,000, $20,000 to put into the system. Like the firefighting and everything, everybody's complaining about we don't have money, we don't have funding, we need money, we need to get money into this community. If we're allowed to grow more weed, we pay our taxes, we pay more employees, we buy more things to help our farm. And that, in turn, helps everybody move forward, to my understanding, correct? But yeah, thank you for everyone for coming.
I may have said the name wrong, Mr. Anderson. And he'll be followed by Zach Allen.
It's Micah.
Oh, I
Yeah,
said
it's
it
all
right.
In high school, they would always call me Mika, but it's actually Micah Anderson. I'm one of the 5 founding members of Leaf Holdings here in Mendocino County. Boxcar is one of our companies. Myself and my partners, we've been growing in Mendocino County for 2 decades and have made a sizable investment into the city of Willits, where we are in the process of building a facility we call Canna Park. Our business is largely focused on manufacturing and distribution of bulk products, along with developing a few different consumer product brands which are distributed throughout the state. We currently have over 30 full-time employees which reside in Mendocino. Our company will employ over 100 full-time employees once fully built out next year. We're in the process of developing a cannabis event center, as well as a museum and dispensary showcasing the history and heritage of the Mendocino region. Year to date, Leaf has spent $2 million on local product and close to $4 million outside of the county. We've had to go outside of the county to find material because we cannot find enough licensed material within the county. We are hopeful to be able to spend this money here in Mendocino versus sending drivers all over the state, which is inefficient and wasteful. The county is discussing raising the current 10,000 square foot limit to 1 to 10 acres. Our group, we're advocating that it would be on the larger side of that, and I'll explain why. Our business, much like Canacraft's business, we're on that manufacturing side, so we do extraction. It's a different business model than the small farms that are selling flour and prepackaged different sizes, right? And so, just to give you a little bit of math, so 10 acres will give us about 30,000 pounds of dried cannabis per year. With our current contracted oil sales that we already have with no scaling at all with what we're currently selling, that material would last us a month and a half. That's with 700 licensed retail stores currently operating in the state, which will triple over the coming years, therefore tripling the amount of cannabis needed in the state. We believe each acre will create between 20 and 30 jobs. We also think that there's about 80%, if not more, of the heritage farmers from Mendocino County have left the licensed industry for one reason or another. Our goal is to be able to offer these people with cultivation and processing backgrounds, jobs, and bring them back into the industry. Lastly, I think we as a county and as a community need to start thinking about the near future when we are able to ship products from one state to the next. In order for us to brand Mendocino as the Napa of cannabis, which everyone talks about, we're going to have to get a hold of our supply chain so that we can compete with the rest of California. Thank you.
Thank you. Zach, followed by Sarah Bodner.
Hi, I'm Zach Allen, part part owner of Major Farms LLC. Here advocating in favor of allowing licensed farms to expand to an acre or more. As business owners, we need to be able to keep pace with other counties that are allowing their cannabis business to cultivate more than we are currently allowed. Sonoma's doing it, Humboldt's doing it, Lake County's doing it. We got to be able to do it too. If that's figuring out a CEQA for each individual property or an EIR, let's get it done. We need to be able to start this process by the beginning of next year. Then what I'm already hearing is that that's not going to happen, which means we're all losing money. The county's losing money. We need to stop dragging our feet and get this figured out. I'm currently hearing the argument of quality over quantity from farmers that want to keep Mendocino as small batch farms, but I only know of a few brands that are truly selling their product for more. And it seems like most brands, most farms are all selling it for the same price, and that's whatever the distribution company is willing to pay. We need to be pushing the cannabis industry forward, not holding back. The potential economic impact for the county is endless. And like others have said, we need to be prepared for when cannabis becomes federally legal and cannabis products can be distributed across state lines, and how this will impact the county's economic status. So we need to be cultivating more so that when we're allowed to go to different states, we're already set up, ready to go. Our company's owners are all born and raised in Mendocino County. The income we generate always stays within the county. We're driven to be professional, organized, and compliant business owners. We want to be able to cultivate more with our peers that choose this adventure. We can't allow other counties to embrace cannabis business while we are limited. Cannabis probably single-handedly generates more income and provides more employment in the county than any other industry. Let's embrace it and allow this industry to flourish. We have more than doubled our square footage this year alone, and I've done so with great success. We have 5 different permitted farms, and the trouble is that we have to go between each farm and set them all up to be compliant when we can just cultivate all of that in one area, one farm. We don't feel like allowing us to increase our square footage takes away from the small batch farmer being able to demand a higher price for their so-called higher quality product. And I would be interested to know how many small batch farmers are truly selling it for a higher price. And as a community, we should be more worried about competing with businesses outside of the county, not limiting our fellow farmers. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Sarah? Sarah will be followed by Andrea Kajlik.
Hello, Chair Brown and members of the board. I'm Sarah Bodner, and I'm with Henry's Original based in Laytonville. We really appreciate the ad hoc committee's leadership and efforts to move this discussion forward, and we're grateful to be here today as part of it. We are a vertically integrated business that buys from 30 local farms and manufactures flower and pre-roll. We love this place, and we're really proud to state that we're a 100% Mendocino grown brand on our label, which means all of the flower has to come from this county for our consumer packaged goods. We're committed to doing business here, and in order to do so, we need scale. The local farms cannot supply it currently. We and other manufacturers and distributors operating here can absorb far more legal cannabis than is rumored to be available. There's simply not enough product, even if everyone were actually selling their product into the legal market. We can't meet current demand as is, and we're in a bubble that is going to pop. The world is hungry for what we have here, and it's only a matter of time before state-to-state commerce opens up, federal legalization happens, and then the international market. We need to stabilize the supply chain now to create lasting businesses that build jobs and opportunities here, and we have to do that work now. Currently, we employ 81 people in Mendocino County. In a 10-acre opportunity zone, we estimate we could create over 200 additional jobs with a median entry wage of $18 an hour and up to 6 figures, for everything from farm maintenance, cultivation, harvesting, planting, processing, packaging, and admin and executive positions. This is real impact. Economic opportunity zones offering larger permit sizes of up to 10 acres will provide the opportunity to efficiently scale craft cannabis, fund an EIR, which could hopefully move us all out of provisional licensing, and it would concentrate cultivation in ag-appropriate areas. Furthermore, this is an opportunity to elevate the Mendocino brand, not compete with small farm cultivators by lifting up Mendocino across the board. There's room for everyone in this burgeoning California industry and beyond. Specific to the economic opportunity zones, we request the following considerations. First, allow processing, manufacturing, distribution, nursery, and this is very crucial, agricultural worker housing. We can't have jobs without housing, housing without jobs. Do not limit to sun-grown. We would not create these limits with any other crop or industry and tell people how to cultivate and limit their possibilities. There's a lot of different demands within the market. We also urge the board to issue permits for increased cultivation to current permit holders or applicants within Mendocino County that are in good standing or already in the permit process to protect our legacy cultivators. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Andre? And then next up will be Shane Osborne.
Hi, I'm Andre Kylik. Thanks for giving me a brief moment to just ensure that this conversation travels the full trail from community to cultivators, all the way to patients that depend on cannabis, which is a number that's growing. And I think that's a really good thing. When I left the hospital, I was in really bad shape and at a low point in my life, and I also left with a bunch of prescription medications known for abuse and potentially life-ruining. And ultimately, I luckily found cannabis, which was the only thing that I used. So I just want to emphasize the need for locally grown, quality and consistent cannabis for patients to rely on. The products that I rely on, I personally think they should be called medicine, are extracted from cannabis. I support boutique flower, and that support will continue. But having large regional sun-grown supply is vital to making sure that critical supply is there. So thanks for making that happen as soon as you can.
Thank you. Shane? Let's spill something else.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak with you. My name's Shane Osborne. I'm with Soul Grow Farms. I have a farm up in Redwood Valley. I started there 2 years ago. I was sort of an example of somebody that it seemed like the county wanted people to come off the mountains and to come onto ag land. And so I took that lead and spent my life savings and purchased an ag piece so that I could move forward with cannabis. There's some amazing people in this room right now that in the cannabis industry and industry leaders, so I don't really feel like I have much to say, but what I did want to do is at one point, about 5 months ago, I did some pro forma numbers of a 10-acre grow and what we're faced with commercial buildings and infrastructure to be compliant in this county, and then it compared to an acre grow. And if it's all right, I just wanted to give these sheets to you guys so you can sort of just evaluate those later. Basically, it shows that the 10,000 square foot is not a sustainable model for any farmer. It is right this moment, but we know that price is going to decrease as more and more of these outside counties produce more and more marijuana, and it's not a sustainable model for us. So I'm asking for us to be able to increase cultivation size. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Shane. Dylan? McGinty? Just brought up your card, Dylan. You.
Hello, my name is Dylan McGinty, and I'm here in favor of the acre. I own part owner of a farm and called Major Farms, and we're here local. I'm born and raised local. I've been here my whole life. guess over the time of the talking, the thing that's kind of touched and like is a little doesn't sit well with me is the whole concept of protecting the so-called heritage growers or the small batch. And for me, over the last couple of meetings, I see those same people. You know, I would consider myself a second or third generation, the younger generation. I'm 27 years old. But I see a lot of the older generation opposing the acre, but yet still in for transferability. And for me, being the younger generation, I was born and raised in Willits, I've seen in the last 3 years, the town's shut down. And we all know that's mainly because mom and pops had storefronts, they ran them, they don't want to spend the money. For me, I'm in favor of bringing a higher cap to bring more money back into my community. I'm not, you know, we've all had the opportunity to go invest in farm somewhere else. So you go to the county, we complain about an acre, they go to Lake County. That's not something we want to hear as local people that want to invest in our community. So for me, you know, I'm in favor to bring more money back into the community, not money into my pocket. You know, this isn't something you can do on your own by any means. You know, it takes an army, it takes a good group of people behind you, and to me, the size of a permit doesn't distinguish your quality. You know, in ag, people scale up and still are able to run the same practices, the same quality on a bigger farm. You know, it costs the same amount of money to rent a piece of equipment for a day to bring you to your property to do a quarter of an acre that it would to do an acre. So for us to be able to compete, to bring more of an impact in the cannabis, we need to be able to expand. There shouldn't be a size limit on what we can do. And it's a little funny too, because you look at a picture of an ag business with almonds, and you know that there's no restriction on how big that ag business can be. I own multiple businesses, commercial businesses, cannabis, clothing, and the only distinguish I get when it comes to being a business owner is the little word in front that says cannabis. You know, we still don't get treated like any other commercial business. So thank you for your time.
Anyone else? Public expression under this agenda item? Corinne, come on.
Corinne Powell from Ukiah. I'm sorry that I missed whatever the introductory comments were on this particular item, because we were told probably it would be after 4 o'clock. So I missed that, and I apologize because I won't know, and some of my questions may be already answered. I hope you had a chance to read this particular letter that I sent last night. I hope if you haven't, you will.
It's in our...
Okay, because I don't think you will enjoy me reciting these various questions. I've tried to break them down as per the way the ad hoc had presented their request for board approval to move forward in this manner. As you well know, I am a small cultivator. As you know, I'm not 27 years old anymore, and growth in the industry is less important to me than the quality of the product I make and its ability to provide livelihood. I'm feeling pretty down in the mouth right now, as so many of these people who I don't recognize as being part of our process over these last 3 or 4 or 5 years are coming forward with the opportunity to expand and expand and expand. Economies of scale are by design a way of cutting costs. Cutting costs allow for lower prices. We will see the industry tank, I think, in the near future with an oversupply. I also want to remind the board that California and Mendocino County have been working toward an appellations designation. And I'm very concerned that the proliferation of large grows that are not outdoors, in the ground, and subject to all the terroir conditions of Mendocino County will not be eligible for an appellation. So please keep in mind that there's value in small craft batch cannabis farming. 10 acres is not that. Thank you for your time. Please read the questions, because these are the kinds of things that are going to make the program and define the program, things I've asked about. As we see it right now, whatever we did in the past seems to be out the window, and new things undefined are coming. Thank you.
And Corinne, you can probably go online on your computer later tonight and go over the discussion earlier today. Monique Ramirez.
I represent two different organizations, so I'm hoping I can speak to two of them. I'm going to wear my first hat.
3 minutes.
Okay. Which is from Mendocino Cannabis Alliance, and I am the vice president of our organization. MCA looks forward to the upcoming town hall meeting to be able to solicit more public input on this proposal to understand the real needs of our communities throughout the county. MCA is grateful to participate in the current ad hoc economic development meetings to explore this idea in its full context and how it may or may not impact our county in positive or negative ways. And now I'm going to take off that hat, and now I'm going to represent the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group. I am the founder of that organization, and we are just not in, we're in strong opposition of this current proposal as it's written or as it's being discussed, because unless priority is given to farmers and not those with the deep pockets to fund this project, how will this really help everyone? This model just perpetuates larger funded companies to continue expanding while the smaller farms are left behind. If 10 parcels will be identified for up to 10 acres of cultivation, how is this really going to help small farms? It will mean that those companies will now be sourcing material essentially from themselves and not the community of farmers, since the main companies that are advocating for this hold distribution and cultivation licenses currently. And this will only divide our community, not bring us together. These zones will definitely create jobs, but how many independent farms will be lost in that process? And I know that it was stated by Henry specifically that they're working with 30 Mendocino County farms right now to source their material, but if we look at how many applications we have in the queue, there's 1,100 potential applications that may be approved in this county, and so that's not a very big percentage. And I don't feel like we've really captured all of the opportunity from all of the farms that they could be working with. I don't want to single them out, but I just want to bring that forward because they have said that they work with 30 farms. And why would farms want to give up their independence to go work for a company? So I think this discussion needs to keep happening, and I look forward to hearing more. And it's good. I feel like everyone has their perspective and their angle, and we all want to be successful in our businesses, and our group definitely wants to promote that, but we have to be careful of how we scale up and how it's going to impact everybody in the end. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Ian Howe? And Ian will be followed by Patricia Vargas.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having us here. And my name is Ian Powell. I have lived in Mendocino County my entire life, born and raised here. My family as well. I think my great-grandmother, her first place of residence was a Palace Hotel downtown. So I've been growing cannabis for a little over 20 years. And in doing so, we've seen so many different changes throughout time, and a lot of big grows doing major impacts and horrible things to our land here. I think if we're able to get things regulated, have rules, follow those, 1 acre is still just a drop in the bucket, such a little speck of sand when you compare to the rest of the state. Some of those people that are worried about the big bad wolf of coming in, even at 10 acres, it's tiny. on the scale of things for California, and then beyond California when we get out of California and keep going. At this point, companies like Boxcar and Flowcana and Care by Design, those companies are helping our community by supporting the local small farmer. So as far as the people that maybe haven't been in this room before, I've been here my whole life trying to support it. I spend my money local, as do most of my employees and people that work for us. I have a farm. I believe that my 10,000 square foot farm does quite well. But again, the demand for product, and with these extract companies and where they're going and how much that they need to use in order to supply products, salves, rubs, lotions, whatever it may be, they need more, and there's a higher demand, and people are opening their eyes to cannabis more and more and understanding that it is medicine, and that we look the other way. Like he pointed out, the pistachios or the almonds over there. There's grapes. We're surrounded by grapes. They're everywhere. They've always been. Pears are going away. We've lost the salmon industry. There's not a lot of fishing. There's not a lot of logging left. We've got grapes, cannabis. We can pretty much embrace that. And Mendocino County has been known for that forever. Why not embrace it? Let us scale. If we can't scale, 10Ks are going to go away. And it's going to be a shame. We can be known for something really, really wonderful in this county, beyond grapes, beyond the beauty of this county. And cannabis isn't an ugly thing. We talk about, oh, the smell is horrible, this and that. I don't see it. I just feel like if we don't scale now, we're going to be left behind. You're going to have people moving out of the area, and I want to raise my kids here. Thanks.
Patricia?
Hi, board. My name is Patricia Vargas. I'm a local business owner in Covelo, California, of the Village Hearth Cooperative, which is an organic cafe that supports local artists and farmers alike, as well as Sunroots Farm, which is an award-winning regenerative farm in Covelo. My concern and opposed to all of this right now is based environmentally. I don't think what anybody has discussed today or anyone is thinking about is the future of our environment. Everyone's pointed to the almonds. We've talked about grapes. We now know that all the grapes in California are toxic. Do we want that to happen to cannabis? Because a lot of these people that I see in the room agreeing with this position that want to expand and expand, I haven't seen them in my community supporting the local economy, but I have seen my small farmers supporting the local economy, and I've seen a lot of them who have been here for a long time, generations, as my partner has been. Again, monocropping is a real thing, and it's very awful to our environment. Right now, the world is literally on fire. We just got finished discussing pg&e and the wildfires that happen in our local area. And what I'm here to support is regenerative agriculture. And if we move into this larger scale, which I understand some smart farmers feel 10,000 square feet is not enough to compete, but why the jump to 10 acres? Why is it 10,000 all the way to 1 acre to 4 acres to 10 acres? We don't have to move that fast before we have the resources to do that. We don't have the water to do that, and we don't have the soil to do that. All of these monocrop farms that we've developed in California especially are the reasons that we're in drought. Agriculture in California has taken this toll of actually depleting the soil and depleting the environment of some of our most precious and sacred resources here. If we go ahead and open the floodgates, open the doors to 10,000 or 10 acre zones, what is that going to do to our environment, let alone our economy? And these people who are here going for this, I truly don't know and feel confident that it's going to support the small farmers in the end. And the small farmers, what we need to support right now in this world. We're the seed savers, we're the people who grow the food, and we also grow medicine. Support us, work with us. We want to work with you. You're all welcome to come to our farm and come personally and see what we're doing there. It's regenerative agriculture that we need to strive for. And if we do allow any
expansion, it needs to be sun-grown in the ground with regenerative agriculture, not monocrop under many, many greenhouses, which are very unpleasant if you guys have not experienced. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment on this agenda item, please come forward. Seeing no one is coming back to the board. Board members? Supervisor Williams and Supervisor McCowan?
I took notes, so I have comment on a number of issues raised by speakers. So I imagine, what would the Soviet Union's cannabis ordinance have looked like? I think it would be a lot like what we have today. Very arduous process. We have a planning director who says that it's the worst ordinance he's ever, or the most difficult he's ever seen when you combine it with the state's requirements. We're trying to get the small folks through it. We're worried about economic development. It's completely rigged. It's rigged like Enron, like AIG, too big to fail, Mendocino County cannabis. You can't get through the process, and if you do, you can't grow enough to provide living wages long term as the price plummets. Imagine if factory pipe was limited to 50 mufflers a day. That's all they could weld. And we would be saying, we want quality welds. We don't want you to weld more than this. He would leave, right? It's not a good business model. He would cross the line. I don't think it's the county's responsibility to favor small or large. It's our responsibility to protect property rights, the environment, to ensure that we're not providing subsidies. And we are subsidizing this program. When the small farmers need to think about fees, this last fee hearing, we did not implement cost recovery. I would expect next time full cost recovery, because we're talking about ambulance services that don't have enough ambulances, homeless shelters that can't stay open year round. This county has other needs. The program has to be self-sustaining. And so if we keep it to just 10,000 square foot small farmers, they're going to absorb the entire burden of that program. And as people start dropping off, their share is going to be larger. When we find we need an EIR, that this neg deck doesn't satisfy the state, that $1 million cost will be on those small farmers, less than 200 of them. One of the biggest subsidies that was provided historically was law enforcement. That's off the table now. We need to look years out, not in the past. The price has been falling. It'll continue to fly, and the competition is not your neighbor cultivator. The competition is coming from the rest of the state, soon to be the rest of the nation. And so, by keeping the supply, trying to control the supply in this county to keep prices up, just won't pan out. You're competing against other counties, other states. Not everybody needs to scale up. If quality is really the deciding factor on consumer purchases, there's other ways to attack that problem. A standard rating system to show the consumer that it's a quality product. I've been asking the cannabis community to put together a double-blind consumer test. Get 10 samples from the Walmart of Weed Santa Barbara and 10 samples, the finest from small cultivators in this county, mix it all up and show us that you can differentiate. If that's the case, maybe we have something to go on as far as branding and marketing. If that's not the case, if it's true that distributors are paying the same price to everyone, we've got a problem. Small farms should be thinking about at what price they can break even today. I don't know what that number is. Is it 200 a pound, 125, 500? There's a price where you're at break even. Imagine that price falling below break even. And you say, well, okay, now I need to scale up. I do need an economy of scale because the competition around the state and country has lowered the price. Well, it'll take local government 2 years to catch up, right? So for 2 years, you're out of business. Everybody's out of business. That said, I do want to protect the small cultivator, and I see us leveraging the larger players to subsidize the program is one way to keep the fees down. We talked about the co-op model on these grows. We don't know as an ad hoc, is it 10 acres all in one place? Is it 10 acres mixed with small cultivators coming together so they can have shared processing? Maybe. Is it a 10-acre farm all by itself on 200 acres? It could be that also. The idea was to keep this open-ended, continue the discussion beyond what we can do in board chambers, and bring ideas back. But we do need staff resources to do this. We need county council. We need the planning director to help us so that we don't come up with a plan that's just not feasible. And so that's what we're asking today, support to continue down the path.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think we've discussed a lot of ideas here, and The intent is to give direction to staff, hopefully semi-coherent, that they have something to work on. Before we get into that, I want to talk about the subsidy to the program, which, you know, I just have to say, I believe you voted against cost recovery on the recent fee hearing, so we shouldn't be complaining about subsidizing the program while we're also voting against cost recovery. And I know you didn't support the model presented, and you made valid points. So that has to be resolved. Meantime, by not going forward, we're churning staff time on that issue, and I'm concerned about you know, how many staff hours have gone so far into supporting the ad hoc and the different community meetings that have been held. And maybe you're just holding them on your own, and that's great. But I'd like to see future staff time for this process not be devoted to the outreach meetings, but be devoted to the time that I hope we're going to direct them to be working on fleshing out the proposal and bringing forward something that hopefully we can actually enact. So I think some of the things we're looking at, obviously, so some elements of a motion could be direct staff to research developing multi-use cannabis enterprise zones of 1 to 10 acres that would allow co-location of cultivation, nursery, processing, manufacturing, and employee housing, and potentially with a cap of 100 acres on the total acreage in this program, including the potential for an environmental review process funded by the potential applicants for the enterprise zones, and that would also include resolving existing environmental review problems for the less than 10,000 square feet growers, and including minimizing impacts to residential neighbors, including the potential to encourage the relocation of current cultivators to more viable locations within enterprise zones, the potential for limiting applicants to those currently permitted or seeking permits in Mendocino County, and the potential for minimizing hoop houses and other aesthetic impacts while promoting production of sun-grown cannabis. Something like that.
Second.
You know what, man? We weren't sure where you were headed with this. Do you have it written down?
I do, mostly.
I would love that, to have a copy of that, please.
Okay,
No,
so
Thank you.
we're going to take about a 5-minute break, so we can get that typed up and we can be given a copy so we can look it over.
I have one modification that I would like to recommend, if I may.
Okay.
Instead of having a 100-acre cap, I would like it to be capped by what the environment can sustain. And it may be that maybe that it's less than that, it may be that it's more than that, but I don't want it to be arbitrary. I would like to, because there is a fear that only certain people are able to enter into the enterprise zone, and that's it, we're done, and we have some people across that line that can't do as well in the marketplace. And so how we go about that, maybe it's a short window to apply, or maybe it's just on proving that the land can sustain it. But I don't think we should have a static 100 acres in there as an arbitrary.
Supervisor?
So your intent potentially in allowing for that number to rise above the 100 acres?
But potentially, I mean, I think we should look at a process where applicants can bring us their proposals. We can vet them and decide based on neighborhoods and zoning and what we think will pass the EIR, what's appropriate. Maybe it's 100. What if it's 80 or it's 120? I just don't want to lock in that number without some more research.
Okay.
I'm fine with deleting the 100 because ultimately, whether any particular parcel can be approved for this or not will depend on site-specific environmental review, I believe.
Yes.
So what I would like is for us to take a break. Supervisor McCowan, do you think it'll take longer than 5 minutes, Lindsay?
Well, probably about as fast as Lindsay can type. 5 minutes might be sufficient.
I can handle that. If I can get that in writing, that would be wonderful. I'm good. I'm not that good. Yeah.
Okay, so we will take a 5-minute break, but because of its length, we will need at least 7 copies coming back to be looked at.
Okay, so, and then I go to including, and then I'm going to have numbers. So this is number 1, an environmental review process funded.
So why don't we do this? Just the way you want it to be.
Well, I think it's going to be.
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
not
So if
sure.
you could start typing.
I gotta
and
wait
I'll-
till. Yeah, and we'll get an answer for you. And we will repeat it here. Okay, Supervisor McCowan, I want you to repeat your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and then I do have a brief discussion to it also. So
As
the
long
motion.
as we get a second.
The motion is direct staff to research developing multi-use cannabis enterprise zones of 1 to 10 acres that would allow co-location of cultivation, nursery, processing, manufacturing, and employee housing, including 1, the potential for an environmental review process funded by the potential applicants that would include resolving environmental review issues for current less than 10,000 square foot cultivators. 2, minimizing impacts to residential neighbors. 3, the potential to encourage the relocation of current cultivators to more viable locations. 4, the potential for limiting applicants to those currently permitted or seeking permits in Mendocino County. And 5, the potential for minimizing hoop houses and other aesthetic impacts while promoting the production of sun-grown cannabis. And it should actually, and should be in front of 5, now that I look at it.
Second.
Did you get that one minor change? Okay. And we do have a second, and I think Supervisor, you wanted to comment further?
I do, and first of all, I appreciate the work of the ad hoc and of the many stakeholders who participated in the process. And we've heard clearly the concern of small cultivators, and we know many of them are struggling to comply and to survive. And I think, however, it's mistaken to think that this initiative poses a risk to the small cultivators. In fact, I think it presents an opportunity. So on one level, we heard from a number of people, including going concerns that are operated at a high volume level, that they have difficulty sourcing cannabis in Mendocino County, and they're going out of county, including places like Santa Barbara. So that is not benefiting our local small cultivators. By allowing scaling up for those who can, it creates more of a county market for smaller cultivators. This also states the intention to explore the potential for small cultivators to relocate to more appropriate locations. it also presents a potential opportunity for completing environmental review for the less than 10,000 square foot cultivators, including those who might want to scale up from 2,500 to 5,000 or 10,000. So I think this is something that holds the potential not only to increase production that is necessary to successfully brand Mendocino County, but it's a rising tide lifts all boats, including the small cultivators.
Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On this motion, shouldn't it read 10,000 or less?
Yes.
And
Correct.
okay. And one thing I think that we're lacking in all of this is the data. And we hear that people have to go to other places to get the flower, the product. And we also heard that there's something like 1,100 permit applications that are being held up at this point, or 900 that are being held up, 1,100 overall. And so until that gets worked out, how can we make real educated decisions on moving forward? And at the same time, if we do this, I believe that there are so many loopholes that might develop that it's going to really undercut those 1,100 people that have already applied, who are trying to live in this structure of the cannabis ordinance as it's been developed. So I think that, okay, we're looking at the potential for limiting the applicants to those currently permitted or seeking permits in Mendocino County. You know, we can't fool ourselves. The money's going to come in from other companies, other corporations, other countries that are going to be able to manipulate the system, and we're just going to be played. So I don't support this.
Supervisor.
Supervisor Haschak, can you think of another legal market in this county that we limit in this way? We don't tell an apple farmer, you have too many acres, you can't grow more. Which row crop are we limiting? I mean, based on an EIR perhaps, but you don't just outright set policy. And because we're trying to rig a market, and the idea is, well, if we have these small cultivators and we keep them all a certain size, we can keep demand at a level relative to supply to maintain a price. That doesn't work when you have a statewide or a national market. And you know, if we want to talk about, well, who was here first? Cannabis was cultivated in the state before they became a state, right? 2016 as a starting point. You know, when we talk about heritage, I don't think somebody growing in 2015 is necessarily a heritage grower. What we're actually after is the branding of our county, that we have a quality product. There's other ways to accomplish that while maintaining a supply chain. If what we do is keep cultivation to a very small number and a very small scale, we're just going to be out of the market altogether in a couple of years. And in the meantime, we're putting all of that burden on a small number of family farms that are trying to stay afloat. And I mean, some of this may sound counter. I think this is actually protecting the small family farm for the reasons that Supervisor McCowan stated, that if there isn't supply chain, if there isn't branding, if there isn't a planning department that has adequate funds to pull it off, we're not going to get those applicants through the process and thriving. This is a way to fund the small farmer. We can't continue to use county funds. It's true. I voted against the full cost recovery, and that's because I see it as punitive. That this program was with no culpability in any direction, just designed to fail. And so I didn't feel that it was right to charge people who are just struggling to stay afloat. But going forward, it has to sustain itself, right? We can't say no winter shelter, no year-round shelter in Ukiah, but we're going to spend $1 million subsidizing one type of business. It has to break even. So when you look at next year breaking even, if it's not this, how do you propose to do it? The 230 cultivators that are in our program, they're mostly struggling. The idea of paying for an EIR is mostly out of their reach.
Supervisor Jurdy.
I want to support the motion and thank Supervisor McCowan for synthesizing the different comments, as disparate as they sometimes are, into one motion. And just to say that this really is an attempt by the County of Mendocino to work towards the future. Again, this is probably a 2-year process, and we have to be looking at where is the future of this industry and the economy in 2 years. And the effort of the ad hoc committee has been to get enough information from a diverse group of stakeholders so that we could have a pretty good sense of where that is. And this motion is a part of an overall strategic plan that we're helping the county to develop, and I think this will be positive for the economy of Mendocino County.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Supervisor Williams and I disagree on almost everything except the motion. Other than the sunk costs of starting up a program and the opt-in, the opt-out, and this process here might be viewed as a subsidy. We're devoting staff time to crafting a product. But other than that, the program itself is not being subsidized by general fund dollars. You look at the tax revenue being collected by the treasurer tax collector, and I believe that that revenue pays for the cost of the operation of the program along with the permit fees that we receive. So I don't agree we're subsidizing it, but I think we need to optimize it, and that's, I think, the thrust of this motion, while, as you say, actually providing greater opportunity to the small cultivators.
All righty, I do want to say we had 2 rewordings. One was "and" before 5 in the motion.
Correct.
And Supervisor Haschek also caught a correction.
Correct. We wanted to include the 10,000 or less, and the clerk has, I think, the revised wording for that.
I do. Would you like me to read it back?
Yes.
Direct staff to research developing multi-use cannabis enterprise zones of 1 to 10 acres that would allow co-location of cultivation, nursery, processing, manufacturing, and employee housing, including 1, the potential for an environmental review process funded by the potential applicants. That would include resolving environmental review issues for current 10,000 square foot or less cultivators. 2, minimizing impacts to residential neighbors. 3, the potential to encourage the relocation of current cultivators to more viable locations. 4, the potential for limiting applicants to those currently permitted or seeking permits in Mendocino County. 5, the potential for minimizing hoop houses and other aesthetic impacts while promoting the production of sun-grown cannabis.
And 5. Did you say "and"?
Is the 5 going, or the "and" is going before 5?
Yes.
Got it.
Silly. It's all about the words. Okay, you were the maker of the motion, Supervisor. The second was Supervisor Williams. Do you agree to the amended
I agree.
amendments? Motion? Okay, any more discussion to the motion? Seeing none, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries with Supervisor Haschak dissenting.
I'm going to be in trouble.
Is it 5:30?
5:32.
All righty. Moving forward, Chief Executive Officer's report. Ledge platform. Miss Sarah? Do it, okay. Supervisors' reports. I think we're all looking at each other.
I know some of us are wanting to get to the City of Ukiah meeting. So I'm going to save mine for next time, but I will say one of the discussions that I've had and I'd like to share is it might be time to consider seeking an injunction against pg&e for these power safety shutoffs to remind PG&E and the PUC that we need to have a plan in place for public safety before it happens. And I would hope maybe we could reach out to some of our neighboring counties and cities to see if they would be willing to collaborate with us.
I see Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very briefly, the City of Ukiah is having a long-range planning meeting that did begin at 5:30 in council chambers, I believe. I do want to announce that on the 29th, 2 days from now, we will have one more public presentation on the Mendocino County housing element beginning at 5:30 at the Ukiah Veterans Hall.
Okay. Anyone else? I think I can wait as well. It'll be stale news for the next meeting, because that's not until the 10th. And, but I did make Supervisor Jurdy aware of one action with Area Agency on Aging. And so it involves the Redwood Coast seniors and allocation of funding, and that's what was important to me, and that was very timely. So that's done, and we'll adjourn the meeting at 5:35 until September 10th.